Yes.
All right, thanks very much. I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee. This is a subcommittee that has been established for the purpose of this inquiry. The committee is hearing evidence for its inquiry into the policy, regulatory, taxation, administrative and funding priorities for Australian shipping. This is a subcommittee that has been established for the purposes of this inquiry, and I welcome you all here today. This is a public hearing. A Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. It is important that witnesses give the committee notice to give evidence in camera. Now, I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. If a witness other than a public servant objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which objection is taken. The committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground that is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I also remind witnesses and attendees of the COVID-19 measures in place during this hearing. We kindly ask that you follow these measures. Be conscious of social distancing and follow any directions made by the Secretariat. Now, remind people in the hearing room and outside to please ensure that your mobile phones are either turned off or switched to silent. Finally, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all those who have made submissions, and there are many, and sent representatives here today. I now welcome Mr. John Black, AO, and via teleconference, Ms. Cheryl Durrant. For the Hansard record, could you please both give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. I'm John Blackburn. I'm the Chair of the Institute for Integrated Economic Research Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Sorry,
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm Ms. Cheryl Durrant. I'm appearing as a Fellow of the Institute of Integrated Economic Research Australia.
Thank you, Ms. Durrant. Ms. Durrant. Now, I'm going to invite you to make a brief opening statement before we do go to questions. I do have questions, and then Senator Brown, if you do, please chirp up. Otherwise, who would like to open first? Mr. Blackburn?
Thank you, Chair. I will do that. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity for addressing this References Committee. In my opening comments, I will briefly address three issues. First, the Maritime Trade Dependencies and Risks paper I presented to the Australian Naval Institute in September of last year, which I've passed to the Secretariat for formal tabling to the committee today. Second, the impact of the pandemic on our preparedness and resilience thinking. And third, what could we do next to be better prepared? So back to this issue of the paper. At the heart of a national security strategy, there should be a maritime trade strategy that also, of course, addresses Australian shipping. Today in Australia, neither the national security strategy or trade strategy exist. As an island nation at the end of global trade routes, we're heavily reliant on just-in-time supply chains with limited resilience in those chains and a very low tolerance for loss and assumption. 98% of all our trade by volume is by sea. I posed the question last year, what would be the impact on the Australian way of life if these supply chains were interrupted even for a few weeks? Would we be prepared for the consequences given that, for example, we imported 90% of our fuels and 90% of our medicines and nearly all of our personal protective equipment? Well, now with the pandemic, we've seen some of the consequences in this pandemic in terms of medicines and PPE supplies. We've seen that the lowest cost comes at a high price in a crisis. I suggested a range of risks in the paper that we should be considered with respect to maritime trade. 3 of these were conflict, economic crisis, and pandemics. Today we face 2 of these risks concurrently, with the scale of the economic crisis increasing by the week. With respect to the third, that of conflict, the growing risk of regional conflict cannot simply be allayed by the fundamental assumption that we make in Australia that our security is assured by the US alliance. Whilst the relationship with the US people and the US military is strong, the behaviour of the US administration over the past 3 years means that we would be fools to not consider the possibility that the US either could not or may not be our security guarantee against an aggressor in the future. There are, of course, significant implications in this for our maritime trade system. Moving on to the issue about preparedness and resilience, the institute I chair is running, in partnership with Global Access Partners Institute in Sydney, a national resilience and preparedness project. What we've seen in this area, running workshops with around about 150 participants so far, is that the coronavirus pandemic has exposed a global lack of resilience as a result of a collective failure of preparedness. That is, to assess and act on national risks and vulnerabilities in the face of a rapidly changing world. Now, we've reacted very well to the pandemic in Australia, but were we adequately prepared for this or a range of other significant risks that could eventuate? Where have we been found wanting? PPE, medicines and medical equipment are obvious examples that we're dealing with at present. Now, global trade and diverse supply chains are essential for Australia's economic and social well-being, and will remain the predominant model in the future. However, from our project, what we're seeing is the need to redesign critical components of our capabilities and supply chains under what we're calling a smart sovereignty model. This smart sovereignty infers not only a degree of Australian-owned or controlled capabilities, but Australian-based manufacturing and associated domestic supply chains, appropriate R&D, and a skilled and experienced workforce. Now, this is not independent or complete self-reliance, but it's what capabilities we need for a crisis. Oil refining is a great example, and as we're now hearing in the news, there's a likelihood that the Geelong oil refinery will close, losing another 25% of our refining capacity. Now, Australian shipping capability, and including an appropriate strategic fleet, would be a key component of a smart sovereignty model, but as would ports and associated infrastructure that support our trade. Now, the Darwin port lease to the Chinese company is in the news, but we're also seeing discussion of offshoring of port access control and some port functions because it's cheaper to put that remote control functions in the Philippines. So we're seeing economic decisions without understanding the security and resilience areas. We've seen during the pandemic Telstra call centres be impacted when the Indian and Philippines government closed businesses overnight. We know of banks where their call centres have been impacted. Just imagine if in the middle of a pandemic, access to our ports or certain critical functions also was shut down overnight. Now, the complement to our smart sovereignty approach is trusted supply chains. We will continue to depend on global trade imports for critical functions, and we must have diverse and transparent supply chains and the ability to verify them. There are significant shipping implications in this area. So the last point is where to now? What should we do next to be better prepared? Now, there is a lot we can learn from the military concept and system of preparedness. The military just doesn't deploy and react. It takes an immense amount of effort and time to prepare and plan and practice. However, to be prepared, decisions need to be based on accurate information and expert analysis. I recollect the July 2017 inquiry by this committee recommended the Australian government undertake a comprehensive whole-of-government review into the potential economic, security and environmental risks presented by flag of convenience vessels and foreign crews. Now, such a recommendation was very sensible and indeed necessary in order to understand the bigger picture issues around maritime trade and national security. However, the government did not support the recommendation. Basically, there was lots of other reviews going on. Another review was not considered necessary. It would appear that maritime trade, shipping and national security are topics for inquiries, and not topics that the government intends to address in any meaningful or integrated manner. So next steps from our project, what we will be recommending is an integrated national security resilience strategy and action plan based upon risk of vulnerabilities analysis that addresses what is critical to the functioning of our society and then determines how to build, where necessary, sovereign capabilities. At the heart of this national security and resilience strategy should be a maritime trade strategy. Shipping underpins our economy. It is a key supporter for every aspect of our life in society. We need to implement the plan using an integrated team, collaboration across all levels of government, industry, public and private sector, and community. Now, this may appear a little idealistic, but it's actually a reflection of how we initially handled the pandemic, working together, and that was very effective. Unfortunately, that seems to be fragmented. We worked as a team, and that was key to success. Finally, resilience and preparedness should not be perceived as an inconvenience that gets in the way of living. It is an inherent, essential part of living in the modern world. I don't think this discussion is just about flagships or strategic fleet. It's about the need to understand and integrate the shipping system into an assessment of our national security and resilience, because a vital component of our society's infrastructure is the system of maritime trade. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Blackburn, and I will come back and make some comment on your opening statement. Thank you. Ms. Joe, do you wish to add anything?
Yes, I have a short opening statement too that just unpacks a little bit more of what we've heard about preparedness and risk analysis. So I thank the committee for the invitation. And what I'd like to go back, in my former job, I was Director of Preparedness and Mobilisation in the Australian Department of Defence. And one of the things that concerned me, having looked previously at energy, was the ability of Defence to prosecute its mission in the event that maritime supply chains were disrupted. We said global supply chains, but we know that the volume of trade is by sea. So I convened in February last year a workshop in which I invited experts from the whole industry sectors around Australia to come and bring their expertise into understanding what that maritime supply chain interdiction would mean to Australian national security. The question we posed was a question not of events or of wars, or of weather events or climate change, because all of those things interdict maritime supply. John, I'm getting some feedback on your paper shuffling. I'm not sure if others are picking up that as well. So the key thing is there are a whole lot of threats and hazards. Some are likely, some are more probable, but all of them tend to have the dimension of causing disruptions or interruptions to Australian supply. And the question we posed to the industry experts, if supply was pretty much completely cut off, how long would Australia last? How would we be going at 1 day, 1 week, 1 month and 3 months? And we had representatives from a whole range of sectors: health, construction, utilities, energy sectors. And the concerning thing we found was that it wasn't just fuel and medicine, as JB has articulated, but a whole range of things that were critical of maritime supply, including chemicals for the treatment of waste waters, spare parts for water and other key utilities, and also spare parts for manufacturing industry. So the workshop concluded that in about 3 months, we wouldn't really have an effective Australian society if maritime supply had been cut off. And that was quite startling, because without that national support base, you also don't have any national security. Ships that are stuck in port because they lack supplies or lack energy can't go to sea, planes can't fly. And so it was critical to make sure that as part of preparedness, we had appropriately invested in understanding where supply chain vulnerabilities lie. But I'd like to go a little bit further because this is really quite a complex problem. Almost all bits of Australian society are reliant on, to some extent, maritime trade. And it's not just the incoming trade, it's the outcoming trade, because as we're seeing now with COVID, with disruptions on our ability to export, that is impacting our economy. And our economy also impacts our security, because we need a thriving economy to reinvest into security and resilience for our nation. I'd like to take you to a slightly different scenario, also relevant to maritime trade, that does a little bit of a way of walking the supply chain. So this scenario is also real. This scenario is real. It occurred in New Year's Eve last year. There were thousands of people on a beach in Malakuta. Land and rail and other transport links were cut off. And fortunately, a ship arrived. The original ship arriving wasn't an Australian flagship, it was a Norwegian flagship, the Far Saracen. But it was lucky that it had an Australian-New Zealand crew, and that crew were able to provide critical supplies to the people on the beach, food, water and diesel generators. And a day later, HMAS Chills was able to arrive and complete the largest peacetime evacuation we've seen. This illustrates another key point of Australian geography. Not only are we at the end of long international supply chains, we're also a country where most of the people live on the edge by the sea, between the mountains and the sea. And we're increasingly seeing national disasters and natural disasters that run from the mountains to the sea and cut those major arterial transport routes by land. So when we're looking to what maritime and coastal transport might offer to Australia in the future, another thing it offers is de-risking the vulnerabilities of having those major road and road routes cut in the event of continuing severe bushfires and continuing floods. And the projections are that they will continue, and it needs to be a factor. But the trouble is those, again, one step further in the supply chain, those ships wouldn't have been able to come and do their business had they not had a port and port infrastructure which they successfully operate from. And that also is impacted by increasing sea level rise. And so again, if we're considering the view of effective maritime shipping and maritime security, the ability of our ports to withstand increasing storm surge and sea level rise is also part of the problem. It's a very integrated problem. And as John Blackburn has said, well, those ports increasingly are moving to automation and robotics, and that itself requires defences in cyberspace, because adversaries are no longer just attacking us or wanting to attack us by traditional ways. We see increasing use of cyber activities as a method of competition. But those cyber defences in Australia require energy, and their backup is often diesel. So the ability to get fuel into Australia by sea is also critical for the cyber defences that protect ports. And the ships that might accompany the Australian vessels coming with those fuel from overseas, Navy vessels also have complex supply chains. Some of our key Navy assets have supply chains that go 11 layers deep to subcontractors. The spare parts for those supply chains are actually sourced from around the globe and come by sea. So it's all an interconnected problem. The reason I've spent some time on this is because it just highlights the need for really good intelligence and risk analysis capabilities that we currently don't have. We're going to make smart investments about where to prioritise responses or improvements or enhancements to our maritime shipping in line with the strategy that John Blackburn has suggested. We need first to have better intelligence and risk analysis capabilities, including the use of artificial intelligence and big data. It also highlighted in defence that there was a false dichotomy between the National Security Intelligence Services and the business and risk intelligence, which is largely in the private sector. These things are largely still in two separate silos, and it took quite some manual effort to get the industry sector expertise together with the defence sector expertise and intelligence. So as we have hybrid warfare, there's also a need going forward to have hybrid intelligence. So I'll just leave that one as the final point there.
Thank you, Mr. Durrant. The beauty of being the chair is I get to have my preamble ramble, but it's the frustration that I experience here. And Mr. Blackburn, God bless you, because you have been at this for many, many more years than me. And I just do want to raise with the attention of those listening and to other senators, this is not the first time, nor is it the second or third time that we've been having this, as you said, Mr. Blackburn, having more inquiries, and I can't remember the actual phrase, but it was spot on. And you and I both were engaged probably 10 years ago on the fuel security issue. Nothing's changed. The only thing that has changed is we have picked the interest of a couple of ministers who are actually at least talking about it. Now, I don't know if that's, But I have the solution. I absolutely have the solution here. I could probably finish this inquiry. Now, what I'd probably propose is that Mr. Blackburn, you become the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. Mr. Durrant, you become the Minister for Infrastructure and Defence, and we've got it fixed. Because sadly, there's a void out there. This is such an important issue for our nation. And it absolutely frustrates me to the point of I don't know what more to do apart from actually putting my hands on the ears of the Prime Minister and shaking, and the Minister to say, for God's sake, wake up. You know, when we talk about fuel supply and we talk about energy, we talk about environment, we talk about defence, we talk about intelligence. Now I've just depressed myself, so we're on a real bad start to the day, but thank you so much for coming along. I've got some structured questions and they may seem quite basic because I do know what you do, but it's important that we get this out so the kids in the minister's offices in their Armani suits who watch West Wing and think the whole world revolves around television and what happens in Washington, wake up, boys and girls, and get to your ministers and get to your Prime Minister and relay the thoughts and concerns here and actually shape it into some decent policy for our nation. And what more better chance now that you said, Mr. Blackburn, with the COVID, and we can see how things can be turned off at the flick of a pen or a switch. And my God, we're only just starting to fill the implementations there, Mr. Ed. You mentioned that too. So a couple of questions, Mr. Blackburn. And Senator Brown, please feel free anytime, jump in. And I want you to describe your vast experience in examining Australia's national resilience for those out there who probably wonder what you did do before you did this job, Mr. Blackburn.
Well, thank you, Chair. Well, I have a total of 43 years in defence, and I still have my hair, which is a surprise. The last job I did was as Deputy Chief of the Air Force, and prior to that I had a position which is now called Head Strategic Policy in the centre. The reason that you and I have been crossing paths in the last decade is that after I left the Air Force full-time service and transferred to the reserve and started looking into these areas, I came to the horrible realisation of how little I understood of how the world works. I didn't understand logistics. I didn't understand how the outside world worked. And I had assumed that some of the structured and thorough way that defence organisations look at risk and plan was not actually happening in the outside world. So there are things that we can take from defence's experience, not all of them, but some things, and try and improve things and support our civil society in a different way. And that's the motivation behind what we're doing. But the level of assumptions that I'd made when I was, for example, Deputy Chief of how the world worked are wrong. But what I find now is the assumptions that most people I come across, whether they're in government or business, they've also got some pretty big flaws in them. And so what we have to do is expose those level assumptions, because there are three things that we're arguing from our project that are critical. Number one, if you're going to deal with these problems, you have to have shared awareness. So the military talks about shared awareness, being able to have everybody in the middle of a fight having the picture of what's going on. We don't have that in Australia because we actually work in stovepipes. We have stovepipe departments, stovepipe ministers. Business is stovepipe. So number one, the most important thing is shared awareness, and what we're trying to do with our institute is contribute to that shared awareness of where the problems are. Number two, you can't solve or address these big challenges we're seeing now, and it's going to get worse with the economic crisis, unless you're prepared to work as a team. And again, that's a military principle. You fight as a team, not as single services, and the military is very good at working at a team at that level. At a society-wise, the early parts of the pandemic and the National Cabinet looked really promising. We could see people come together as a team, but it's fallen apart. And what we're seeing now with the interaction between the states and the federal level, I feel a lot of compassion for both federal government and the states, because the model of how we function in this country with our constitution is not fit for purpose for the crisis we're dealing with. But we have to find a way around it. And that requires leadership at the political level, both state and federal, and we know it's possible. The third thing, so if you're aware of what the problem is and you're committed to work as a team, the third most important thing is preparing for it. If the military went into a conflict and went, oh, here we are, oh, what's going on, and just reacted, we'd think they're a bunch of idiots. But the fact that they've spent a huge amount of time and effort preparing and becoming professional at it is what makes the difference. That's what we've got to convince our society, that the lowest cost, get everything as cheap as you can, as much staff, has a very high price in a conflict. So we have to change our priorities. It's our problem as Australian citizens, and that we have to be prepared to say, look, we're prepared to pay a bit extra. I mean, to get the fuel reserves, we're talking about 2 or 3 cents a litre tax. I mean, come on. But we need to look at these all aspects and be prepared to prepare, not just react. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. And that's for me, coming from a trucking background, and I know the work that was done. I remember when the MUA and myself and others did the report running on empty, and that was the case. 2 cents a litre for crying out loud. Our truckies max 42 cents a litre for they return. And this is what I'm frustrated about. So thank you, Mr. Blackburn, and I'm conscious of the time because I'm doing it to you, Mr. Durrant. So once again, Mr. Blackburn, can you narrow down the importance that ships play in Australia's national resilience?
Absolutely.
Please.
You'd almost think that ships are like the blood running through your arteries in your body. If they are not there, your body's not going to function. And that's how important shipping is to Australia. I think we've got a general gist of international trade importance, but we don't put any priority on ensuring that we can have it trusted supply chains. The other thing that really concerned me is that when the National Freight and Supply Chain Strategy and National Action Plan was published, whilst it had a 15-page supporting paper on maritime freight that highlighted the critical and vital task that it could play in coastal shipping, there was nothing in the final report or recommendation that addressed that. It focused on air and road transport and rail, and they're very important. But as Cheryl pointed out, in a crisis, it's very handy to have coastal shipping. There are national security implications of it. And if we're talking about jobs and investing in our society, it makes sense to invest in coastal shipping and maritime skills base. If we don't have the skills that the port pilots have, then 80% of ships are not going to get into Melbourne Port. So we need to look at those skill sets that are necessary and support the rest of the country. They're not highly visible. And the shipping itself, we must be prepared to pay a bit extra to give us that resilience in cases of crisis. Anything else is short-term cost fixation, which doesn't work in a crisis.
Thanks, Mr. Blackburn. You've triggered a whole new argument or conversation, and you and I could go on for another couple of hours. But you touched on which is very important in this nation, and I've shared this conversation with the leaders in the shipping industry. When we talk about transport in this nation, we talk about transport, aviation always gets mentioned, rail gets tacked on. We never, ever, when I say we, not me, them, on the green carpet, we never hear them mention shipping. There is only 3 ways. So that in itself is a serious void in our national psyche. Because when we used to have ministers for transport, it meant road, rail, air and sea.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Blackburn, thank you. So in the legal sense, can you tell me who actually controls the movements of an international ship and its cargo?
Chair, I'm not able to answer that question. That would be best answered by the shipping experts that you have presenting to your committee.
No worries, thank you very much. Now, we've heard you talk about the risks that we see around the current lack of resilience or resilience on the international ships posing for Australia's national resilience. Can you further go into any more risks that we should be aware of?
Well, the reason I raised this issue last year, I said, okay, well, what could stop shipping? Well, conflict's a pretty obvious one. And if that got it going at scale, that would be a massive disruption. But the second one was the economic crisis. We were very concerned in the Institute about where the economy was going on a global base. And as was highlighted in one of the MUA reports last year, is that if you start to get economic failures in parts of the trading system globally, then shipping can be significantly affected. So if you get a loss of credit, ships run on credit to get the ships, to pay for the bunkering oil that requires them to run, to pay for the crews, and to pay for the cargoes that go on board. If we have a global economic problem, which looks like we're heading towards, are already seeing the impact on the oil trading system globally with people going bankrupt. If you start to get bankruptcies, then, as was pointed out in that report, ships can be resumed by the creditors. You can very rapidly remove large parts of the global maritime trading system. Now, we'd have no control over that whatsoever. If we had a degree of a number of ships or a part of the segment that were Australian flagged, there is the potential there for the government to guarantee credit for them, to keep something moving. But when we're effectively completely dependent on foreign shipping, I think there are only 4 Australian flagged ships of 2,000 tonnes and above that are capable of international trade, and they're LNG tankers. Not much good for moving food or fuel or a few other things. So we are effectively completely dependent on a foreign-owned shipping system that is subject to the global economy and any crisis there. Now, clearly, when you look at the pandemic aspect I was talking about last year, we're seeing that now. Immense problems in trying to support the crews at sea and to change them over. Decisions taken in this country where, at one stage, Queensland ports authorities were making decisions that a ship couldn't come in if it hadn't been at sea for 14 days. It was understandable from their perspective, but the impacts on shipping movements and trade go way beyond that one ship that was actually refused access. You now start to have a problem where shipping line owners might say, I'm not going to bother taking trade down to Australia because they're handling the crisis state by state. And that's a fundamental problem. A national crisis like this can't be handled state by state. Can you imagine if there was a military problem, we deployed the military now? Oh, you units based in Victoria, you're going to have these rules. Queensland units up in Townsville, you've got those rules. West Australia, you've got another set of rules. You'd think we were lunatic. That's what we're doing right now. And in terms of shipping and port control, we need coherent national approaches that understand the consequences of bureaucratic decisions. So basically, we are incredibly vulnerable and therefore not prepared for the challenges we see.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Look, I can't stress how important your contribution has been, and not on the first time. But I just want to leave you alone before I go to Mr. Durrant, but I must say this one, that I had the pleasure. I jumped on one of the ships here in Freo, and forgive me, I cannot remember the name of the ship. It's a foreign flag vessel, foreign crew, predominantly Filipinos. The captain was Romanian. They had been on that ship, all of them, between 9 and 14 months. And these poor devils were plying the trade between Australian ports. So they'd been at sea for X amount of days, and they'd spent I think it's about, something in my head tells me about 42 days between Australian ports. They weren't even allowed off the ship when they docked at any of the ports. For crying out loud, no shore leave. The captain was at his wit's end. He's worried about his crew. They're missing their kids. And you know what happened? They had to leave Freo. There was a crew. Listen, I've got to share this with the world. A crew was coming from Dubai or the United Arab Emirates. There were 9 replacements to be made on that ship. 9 were walking off, no matter what, and they can under the ITF agreements. They can do that, or the ITF. Anyway, 7 replacements have been sent from Dubai. They flew into Perth, and the company decided it's all too hard, put them on the next flight. They didn't even get into a hotel back to Dubai, and then the crew were told, sign up, and we promise we'll get you off by the time we get to the next port. Wonder how that went. So that is a real stress. You're right, Mr. Blackburn, because why would shippers in the end say that we're just the Australia, maybe, And all you youngsters in the minister's office, if you're listening, let it sink in and get it back to your minister, for crying out loud. Thank you so much, Mr. Blackburn. I will go to Mr. Durrant. I'll give your voice a rest, and I'll go to Senator Brown after I throw a few stones. Mr. Durrant, thank you very much for your patience. How would you like to be the Minister for Defence? Anyway.
Well, actually, I know Minister Reynolds very well. I wouldn't really aspire to her job.
Put it this way, it gets something done. We'd have an Australian fleet. Anyway, bless you. So describe, please, for the committee your experience in examining Australia's national resilience. Let's go right into that.
So I have a 30-year career with the Department of Defence, the first 15 years as a Army intelligence officer, mainly working in the strategic area of intelligence. I left the Army and became engaged with the public service, and I started work as the Director of Capability Guidance, so basically looking at future acquisitions for defence. 10 years ago, I became the Director of Preparedness and picked up mobilisation along the way. And I started engaging with John Blackburn, I think, in 2012. We became concerned that while Defence was excellent at response, and where we keep hearing this about Australia, really good at response, and pretty good at preparedness for operations, but I was concerned that our overall strategic preparedness, i.e. what we draw from the National Support Base, was missing. So I've been looking at global change, resilience, preparedness and mobilisation for the last decade.
Now, thank you, Ms. Durrant. Now, I know I want to go to your report. So if you could describe the findings of your report on defence preparedness for dealing with crises and the level of general preparedness of Australia.
So the report itself, it looked, as I say, rather than just at defence, it looked at the national support base. And it looked at critical industry sectors. So I'm getting old, my memory's not what it was. This confirmed for you the sectors we did have. So we had representatives from construction, consulting, electricity generation and transmission, liquid fuel, healthcare, information telecommunications, space, manufacturing, mining, transport, postal and warehousing, water and waste. And the question we asked was, if basically a cookie cutter comes down on Australia and maritime transport and other transport is cut off, how would we fare? The really surprising thing was we had the then CEO of Engineers Australia attend, and his comment was, no one's ever asked this question before of this group, which was surprising to me because it seems like a fairly obvious question to ask, given that the strategic environment is so uncertain. We have the pandemic now, but the threat of global war is always present. Particularly with the leadership of certain countries we see. This is probably a time where we actually do want to ask this question. We also have pandemics, we have the financial crisis that JB mentioned, but we also have things like space weather events, which could actually create havoc with satellite-based navigation systems, something we really haven't invested enough time in understanding as well. We could have a massive cyber attack again with impacts on maritime navigation systems, but also on port systems. If a pilot system's down, you're not getting out of the port necessarily. If that customs manifold can't be cleared, the connection between the communications information technologies and maritime transport is a critical one that I've seen very little looking at the submissions to the inquiry so far. And what we found, everything sort of connects with each other, and it's all critical on those supplies coming in from overseas. There was very little industries in Australia from the group I mentioned that were confident that their industry would be thriving and surviving in 3 months' time with cuts to maritime transport. And it basically saw a scenario where first things impacted were medical, and this is real importance to Australians. I had a friend who I discussed the basic premise with, and she said she'd straight into the supplies to buy insulin for her son, who was dependent on insulation, and there was about 48 hours worth of insulin supplies in Australia. So this is real impacts on lots of Australians potentially. We've heard from JB 98% or 90% of medical supplies coming by sea. So this just-in-time stuff is going to start creating problems. And when families are dealing with sick children, they're not going to be sitting there happy. They're going to be, sort of asking for something to be done, looking towards a national response, not necessarily a local council. It will be a national response they will look to. As you go further down the timeline, things like fuel starts to run out because, as we know, we don't have the refining capability anymore, and we're reliant on fuel, not from stocks in Australia, but largely on ships or tickets or stocks overseas. Is there a sensible solution? And the critical thing is fuel actually drives everything else in Australia because of the reliance on road and rail transport currently rather than a more proportional balance between coastal shipping and land transport. For example, in Queensland, some of the coal that provides the energy to power plants and stations has to be transported from the mine to the power plant, and that's, again, diesel or liquid fuel that's required to transport that. And so there were all these cascading intersections that we weren't aware of, and it surprised me, to be honest, how vulnerable we were across a range of critical supplies in pretty much every sector.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Durrant. And of course, it just brings it home, doesn't it, that we don't realise how fraught with economic and health dangers it is to continually rely on international shipping without our own strategic fleet. Now, we talk a lot about the fuel, and Mr. Blackburn, I know where you stand on this, and Mr. Durrant, I'd like to just touch on before I let you go. Let's just hone in on the fuel. We've seen an announcement that, well, I think we're going to hold hands with the Americans and we're going to build some storage facilities in America or something, I'm not quite sure. But what the last inquiry on this and, things, what's it, Back to the Future here? We don't even know. I would bet my last dollar with anyone in the department that no one knows how much fuel we've got. They'll make up some figures, and in the last inquiry, oh, didn't we see some shenanigans? At the end of the day, within a half hour, the department had gone from, I can't remember, 48 days to 31 or something, till they got no idea, or 31 to 48, and they had no idea. Let's talk a little bit more about the lack of clarity on how much fuel we've got. Anyone want to add anything there? And why we should be damn well alarmed. And I know that Gillies run out of diesel, and anyway, let's have a go at that.
Well, Chair, since the 2015 inquiry that you chaired and the government then ignored, we've had in 2018 Andrew Hastie, as Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence Security, tasked the Liquid Fuel Security Review. And the report of that was supposed to be finished by December 2018. An interim report that came out from that group in Energy in middle of 2019 said a few interesting things. First, it said we actually don't have a model of how the fuel supply chain works. So this is the middle of 2019. It's also the legislation the government has to try and ration fuel won't work in the modern day. So we don't understand the fuel supply chain. This is a government report. The report was then going to be produced on our security review of fuels by the end of last year. I understand that report has been sitting on the Energy Minister's desk since last December. If he finally gets it out by the end of this year, that will be 2 years late. So, number one, the analysis of our fuel security system tasked in 2018 is not public yet. Number two, when you look at stocks, there is lag reporting that says here was, for example, in May this year, 18 days of diesel in the country. Can we find out where it is and how it's going to be distributed? No. And that's why in the past, when we've seen an interruption, we've run out of diesel, for example, in Victoria within 2 days. Thirdly, this idea of paying for a couple of days of oil to be stored in America is a political stunt. It does nothing for our domestic oil security and fuel security. Third, I have been arguing for years, and certainly very strongly in the last year or two, that it's critical that we keep the remaining 4 refineries alive and working whilst we come up with an energy strategy policy plan. We have no energy strategy, policy or plan in this country. All we're doing is reacting. So we now hear that the the Viva refinery in Geelong may close down without the government doing something. In today's AFR, we see that Ampol is now, oh yes, we might need help up in the Brisbane refinery. I have said to the Energy Minister, and I have said in public, when you have no plan or policy, number one, keep what we've got going because it gives us an option. The government's done nothing about that. Yes, they've gone out to industry and said, how much would it cost to build more storage? That's a good start. But what we're doing is we're going out grasping at pieces. There is no plan, there is no target. Now, part of that problem comes up is you've got to work out what it is you want to do. The Prime Minister said this month that before you know what you're going to do, you've got to agree about where you want to get to. He said that about what we're trying to do with COVID. The Energy Minister in February this year said, when asked, for example, is it silly for the UK and New Zealand and Canada and for 73 countries to have an ambition, and this was about net zero 2050 emissions, and he said, look, it's silly to have a target without a plan. Now, right now, in the fuel security, we don't have a plan and we don't have a target, and I would suggest that, quoting Angus Taylor, that's probably silly.
Well, Mr. Blackburn, it's very hard to argue there that, and this is the frustration that I share, anyone else would share, but just for the record too, before I come to you, Mr. Durrant, to get your views, I have been desperately, as the chair, trying to get the oil companies to appear before the committee, but they're so busy. And if the oil companies are listening, my respect for you is gone down the gurgle and down the drain. You hide behind your collective body, your petroleum handholder, I don't know what you call yourself. I'm not interested, because I'll tell you what, you're lucky I'm not the minister, because you might be getting your backsides kicked. And I wrote to them, how dare I write to them as the Shadow Assistant Minister for Road Safety, looking after truckies, to ask how the hell does it cost so much to get diesel when the refining process is a lot less than leaded and unleaded fuel? Well, you should have seen the crap that came back to me. I got referred to, and even the minister jumped in to defend the bloody oil companies and sent me this dribbling email and referred me to 14 websites. What a load. Oh, my goodness me, it shouldn't come as a surprise to you. Miss Durrant, would you like to comment on the serious lack of a plan? And before you do, I just have to say this. It always reminds me of a great saying I heard once. Mike Tyson said, everyone's got a plan till they get a punch in the face. But anyway, we should still have one. Miss Durrant.
First of all, I'd like to just endorse everything JB has said about fuels. The solution we have at the moment is, quite frankly, barking. As an intelligence officer, one of the things that's most attractive to attacks are stocks rather than flows, something that's static and not moving, much easier to interdict. And there's far too much focus on stocks rather than on flows of fuel in Australia. Of course, we don't have a plan. What we have is a lot of three-word slogans. And of course, we see in our strategic documents in foreign affairs and trade and in defence, we constantly write, Australia is a maritime nation. We're reliant on maritime trade. But we haven't got the actions or investments to back up the words. And you can just simply do the comparison with not only don't have a plan, we don't even have common communications or a common way to work out what is important as a target. I was substantially involved in the negotiations in 2015 about energy security then with the Department of Environment, Energy and everything else as it was at the time. And they took on board the defence concerns about how critical fuel was to Australia's defence. But they're economic rationalists, and the logic of an economic rationalist, if you don't want to pay for it, it can't be that important. So in reality, Defence was thinking it was succeeding in having an engagement across government with accepting the importance of security, but the economic rationalists began with Defence, you don't want to pay anything. So like everything, it's a balance. The plan really needs, we have lots of plans, but it's follow the money is the critical thing in public service. I pay less attention to the plans or the strategies as where the balance of investment is. It is silly to invest billions of dollars in having a defence capability. I'm not saying we shouldn't invest billions of dollars in defence capability if it is rendered vulnerable by the fact that it's only got a small supply of fuels, because the cost of one submarine or whatever could actually give you the rest of defence minus one submarine with fuel to do its business. And I think that's why John Blackburn said earlier, it's this critical cross-government culture of working cross-government and understanding risks across government that is an essential precursor to the plan. And also, as John Blackburn has called for, is the maritime component or maritime strategy needs to sit underneath that broader national security and resilience strategy, which we do not have.
And it looks, thank you so much, Mr. Durrant. Now, the last one before I go to Senator Brown. And we've just heard it then, but we've heard it before. We can have the best fighting forces, the best trained men and women, the best capabilities, the whole lot. But in your experience, if we ran out of fuel, well, how the hell do we defend our nation if we haven't got any fuel? I'm sorry, it sounds so stupid, but you need to answer that.
Well, Chair, I'll just say one basic thing. Because our distribution chains are run for normal day-to-day use, they're just in time, I do not think that we have the distribution infrastructure in this country to be able to deliver fuel, if we had it, to the defence bases, particularly across the north of Australia, should we need to defend the country. And don't forget, we're putting billions of dollars into Tyndall, and in today's newspaper that's being celebrated. How do we get the fuel to Tyndall? We drive it down one road from Darwin to the base. Just think about that one a bit. It's just stunning that, and I understand in the Defence update we did cancel the railway line extension that was proposed from Katherine into Tyndall, which could have perhaps in the future given us an option to move fuel by rail if we had rolling stock for fuel, which we don't have. So what's happened is we're just doing bits without standing up going saying, will it really work? And in my view, the answer is no.
Ms. Durrant?
I'd agree, and another bit, not in remote Australia, but how do we get the fuel from the Port of Brisbane to Amberley, where the bulk of our Air Force is now located? Up a highway with lots of works, very crowded, is cut by floods and could be easily interdicted by an adversary. But I think we need to focus more broadly than fuel, because modern military technologies are moving from, just as World War I was a coal-based conflict and World War II was a liquid fuel-based conflict. Some of those information warfare capabilities, cyber warfare capabilities, are really dependent on power. And I've said earlier that actually fuel and power are connected in Australia. So it's a broader set of supplies that Defence Forces need in order to be able to prosecute their business. And it really is reliant on getting those supplies into Australia. And no amount of stockpiling is the solution just by itself. There has to be good flows. An example of that is Americans had strategic reserves of fuel in the coastal region of America in Texas. But when Cyclone Katrina or Hurricane Katrina hit, that large fuel supply, fuel reserve was unable to be accessed because the roads and other infrastructure was cut. So it has to be a combination between, probably know this as well because it's been hanging on for a long time. We need to think of things in an integrated system. We need to minimise demand, diversify supply and look at security of supply. Those three things.
Thank you, Mr. You did start dropping out in and out then, but we got the gist of it. That's fine. Thanks. Senator Brown, I will shut up and give you a chance. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. It's been quite an interesting discussion so far, but I'd first like to go to Mr. Blackburn. In your opening statement, you were talking about conflict and security, and you said that Australia had a reliance or a belief that the US would come to our aid in times of conflict. And then you referenced the behaviour of the US over the last 3 years. I was wondering whether you could give us some more details as to what you meant by that statement.
Certainly, Senator. In the last 3 years, we've seen a fundamental shift in the US's approach to its allies, to its global commitment. We're now hearing discussions about potential withdrawal from NATO. We're seeing a behaviour of the administration that is, frankly, behaviour you cannot trust. Now, this is not reflecting on the American people. It's not reflecting on the American military. I have had extensive experience and have full confidence and trust in them. But when the leadership of a country does a fundamental shift and and sort of pulls out from underneath the assumptions that we've said, look, if we've got a major problem, the US will be there, they're our guarantor of safety. The question comes up, would you actually trust the US administration for our security and our well-being, given what we've seen the behaviour and what appears to be almost a political civil war? I don't think we can. So all I'm raising is, let's see what happens in the next 6 months. But we should question that fundamental assumption that our security is guaranteed under ANZUS and ask ourselves, if the US continues on the vector it is doing and the administration, and we find that we can't give ourselves that guarantee of support from the United States, what do we do? The assumptions that we've made since 1951 are questionable right now. So we need to ask ourselves where we are in the world with an increasing security problem in our region, largely driven by China, but also you still have North Korea. What would we do if you took away that assumption the US will back us up in any circumstance? It's a frightening scenario to think about, but one that we must think about. Because 12 months ago, a scenario of a pandemic and us growing to $1 trillion debt would have been dismissed as completely implausible. I think that we've got to ask ourselves some really important questions about our assumptions.
Thank you for that. My next question, I just wanted to get an understanding of the Australian shipping workforce and the skills that are available, or the skills that are no longer available, and what situation that puts Australian shipping in.
With that, Senator, I'd suggest that the other submissions and groups appearing before your committee here will be far better able to address that. My interaction as the studies that we've been doing in recent years has impressed me with the skills and professionalism of Australian mariners, and dealing with both those in shipping and the port pilots and others, I've come to respect the depth of expertise that is there and the consequences of losing it. The detail of that, I'd suggest, is something you would better address to the unions and to the industry itself.
Okay, so this question is, and I know I'm running out of time, but directed to Mr. Blackburn and Ms. Durrant. My question is why? Why, with all the research that's been undertaken, all the strategies that are being undertaken, all the inquiries that have been held, why is it that we are still in this position where we essentially see the answer being three-word slogans? From the government, I should say. So on the back of praising Australian shipping and the strength in terms of that we need Australian shipping, why is it that we are still in this position so many years on?
Well, Senator, in my view, 30 years of economic prosperity, largely due to the collective efforts of the Hawke, Keating and Howard governments and the brave economic policy decisions they took, has resulted in this 30 years of prosperity. But the last 10 years, there's been very little brave decisions taken to improve our national resilience. And as a result of that 30 years, I think we collectively as Australians have become complacent until a crisis arises. And the trouble is, if you are complacent, you're not prepared. Cheryl?
I would agree. Resilience is normally built in adversity rather than in prosperity. We've been the lucky country for far too long, and we've ignored some of the fundamental strategic changes that are happening in our world. And we need to start now to examine those assumptions from first principles.
So what we've been seeing is a diminishing of Australian shipping. We see that with less and less ships, Australian flagships, on the coast. So again, I'm going to why isn't it a higher priority if all these issues that you've raised today and for many years around national security strategy, energy strategy, assessment. Why is it? Well, I'll put it this way: what does the government need to do, and why has it been so lax in not going forward in terms of strengthening the Australian shipping industry?
Well, so the experience I've had now for the last 9 years on the fuel security, what I have found is the main group arguing against what we've been talking about has been the Australian Institute of Petroleum. Now, we need to understand that 3 of the 4 companies they represent are foreign-owned, and it looks like Ampol is in the process of going through sale, most likely to foreign owners. So you have a large lobby group funded by primarily foreign-owned companies who understandably look after the business interests of their funders. In the shipping area, I've been looking at that for the last 2 years. Again, I see industry lobby groups that represent foreign shipping company interests, and then I see unions and other groups trying to represent Australian interests. So one of the most important things here that we need to understand is that we cannot leave our security and resilience to foreign-owned companies or foreign governments. We will have to depend upon them for trade. That's necessary as a part of a global trade system. But decisions about our resilience, about our security, have to be made by Australians, and we've got to understand the scale of political pressure that has been exerted by foreign-owned company lobby groups.
Ms. Rand, did you want to add anything?
The only thing I'd add to that, and I would agree with what John has said, is that what we're seeing with COVID is that we were sort of aware of things, but it wasn't until they failed that we're acting, aged care being a specific example. And we've had 30 years where nothing's really failed, things have worked, and it's very difficult to get market forces, of which we're relying on largely for shipping, to act if things aren't failing. So this is where government needs to take some responsibility and have that plan and make appropriate changes to policy and regulations to drive change, because the market forces are not going to adapt to something that costs them money, because that's not how they're designed to operate. So it's basically we've had a good run. The current crisis is indicating we now need to look more critically at whether the just-in-time should be right, market forces will look after it, is the solution.
Have you seen any evidence in government, in the last few months of happening? Have they now understand that there is a real need to actually put together a proper strategy, proper risk analysis?
Senator, the way I'd respond to that is this. When you are in a massive crisis, everybody focuses on how to address and react to it, and that's completely understandable. So I would say that since the scale of COVID has become evident, basically all politicians, whether state or federal, are completely focused on how to deal with that, and that's understandable. The time to address the issues that we're talking about is not in the middle of a crisis. It's before a crisis happens, or in this case, as COVID starts to get back under control, we need to have a very difficult conversation in this country. And Australians need to not be the quiet Australians that are applauded by the Prime Minister. They need to be vocal and say, right, good on you, we've managed the crisis in a whole range of ways. Now, for heaven's sake, let's have a proper conversation about being better prepared, because after COVID, the tsunami of economic crisis is the next one we really have to try and climb. And that's going to be incredibly difficult, because whilst you can quarantine yourself from a virus for a short period of time, we cannot quarantine ourselves from a global economy. And that is going to be the major challenge that we face as Australians, and we can't do it by just reacting.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Brown. Yes, the Australian Institute of Petroleum, who knew about this meeting 3 or 4 weeks ago, dear Senator, would love to work with you, but dribble, dribble, dribble. We haven't got resources, dribble, dribble, dribble. Well done, Mr. Blackburn. Thank you so much. In fact, Mr. Durrant, thank you so much. And I'm not interested in Australian petroleum. I'm interested in Australians and Australia as well. Thank you very much for your valued contribution. I could spend another hour with you both, but I do appreciate that. We know where to find you if we need to follow up on anything. And safe travels. And thanks so much, Mr. Blackburn and Ms. Durrant. We'll now welcome Professor Ross Garnaut. Welcome, Professor, and for the Hansard record, could you please, once you've demuted, I should say, give your name and the capacity in which you appear today. Can't hear you, sorry.
Is that okay? Can you?
Gotcha, yep.
I'm Ross Garnaut. I'm here as a private citizen and as a professor of economics at the University of Melbourne. I'm actually joining you from Innerguy country in Barcaldine in the very middle of Queensland, with of rural development in remote Australia very much on my mind.
Right, tremendous. So, Professor, I'm going to ask you to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions. So the floor is yours, please.
Yes, when I was first contacted about the committee and appearing before it, I was asked to say something about fuel security, and I'll say something about that, but also a couple of other remarks about future growth of industry and some of its links to transport. But I think an overlooked dimension of Australian fuel security is that we are the world's in the early stages of a massive energy transition relating to the transport sector. Will go very rapidly from now on. It's going to be driven by government commitments globally to removing carbon from fuels for climate change reasons. But it's going to develop a lot of momentum for purely economic reasons, just as the growth of renewable energy has once started to establish scale and bring down costs. Within a few years, the electric car will have capital costs not significantly higher than the internal combustion car. It uses less energy. It uses a much cheaper form of energy, electricity, and it uses a form of energy in which Australia has the best resources in the developed world, and in which we're naturally the world's low-cost supplier as the world moves towards zero emissions energy. So the path to self-sufficiency in fuel, to reduced reliance on long transport chains to insecure parts of the world, is through acceleration of the transition to zero emissions fuel, which will be Australian renewable electricity, Australian hydrogen, Australian ammonia. And not only Australian, but it will be highly decentralised around Australia. So that is the path to genuine fuel security. I don't think that there's any security comparable in holding reserves of petroleum in the United States or anywhere in any single place in Australia. So that's my point about security. It will be cheaper, it will be more reliable, it will be Australian, it will be secure. But the general points I'd like to make on industry, where as the world moves towards zero emissions, as all countries on Earth are committed to do under the Paris Agreement, Australia has special advantages in that emerging world. It will be the low-cost supplier of zero emissions energy in that world, unless we muck it up, and there are all sorts of ways you can muck it up. But the natural, economically efficient thing to happen is for Australia to be the low-cost supplier of energy in that zero carbon world. And that will give us comparative advantage in a lot of new industries, industries which use a lot of energy. And it will be a more resilient advantage than ever was available from our undoubted strength in gas and coal in the old high carbon world economy. Because as soon as you started to trade coal to Northeast Asia, it was as cheap, in fact cheaper, to use Australian metallurgical coal in Kobe or Shanghai as it was in Whyalla. So Australia actually had a disadvantage in the cost of metallurgical coal, although it was the world's cheapest supplier. Similarly with LNG, while we were not exporting LNG from Eastern Australia, we had low-cost domestic gas, but the internationalisation of the gas market, decisions taken about a decade ago, coming into full effect 4 or 5 years ago, Australian gas prices rose to and above East Asian prices. So we didn't have any advantage in industry from having our own low-cost supplies. It won't be like that with renewable energy. It'll be very much cheaper to produce renewable energy in Australia than in Korea or Japan or the industrial areas of China. But it will be very expensive to transport that energy. There will be trade in it. There will be exports of electricity through high voltage cables and through various carrying mediums. We'll be transporting zero emissions hydrogen to Asian destinations. But it will be very expensive, and it will be very much cheaper to use these materials and these energy sources in Australia than in the countries to which it is shipped. And that will confirm Australia's advantages in energy-intensive industries. The list of industries which are potentially important in that future economy is very large. It includes processing of our own minerals, most importantly iron ore and aluminium, but many others as well. And it includes all of the energy-intensive chemical processes, including, for example, production of nitrogenous fertilizers and explosives through ammonia, of which we currently import quite a lot, and those which we're producing in Eastern Australia have become uncompetitive because of the globalization of our domestic gas market. We're getting very close to the position where zero emissions production of hydrogen for ammonia is a competitive path to production of nitrogen fertilizers and explosives. And that's going to be an important industry in many parts of rural and provincial Australia. In this new world, take advantage of this opportunity, and there are immense development opportunities in rural and provincial Australia. We're talking mainly about development in rural and provincial Australia. Our great cities are not particularly good locations for these activities. And it will be strongly export-oriented, so let's be very clear that we've got a strong interest in access to a global market to open trade. We'll be producing far more of all of these things than that could ever be used in Australia. We've got an interest in an open global trading system. In that world, international transport of goods will be through zero emissions mechanisms, and we're a natural supplier of a lot of the fuels that will be important. It looks as if the likely fuels are going to be hydrogen, including sometimes through media that involve other compounds, for example, as ammonia, or in other ways. We're a natural supplier of many of those fuels to international shipping. I'll leave it at that, Chair, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Professor, and I'm very keen to just ask a couple. So we talk about the opportunities for industrial development and transforming manufacturing in this nation. So can you just go a little bit further into how you see that could possibly happen, or what would it look like?
Well, I'm spending a few months while my hometown of Melbourne is closed down in the warmth and natural isolation of the middle of Queensland. It happens to be a very good area for solar energy. And I'm talking to people here about use of a combination of Eastern Australia's best solar resource, reasonably good wind resources, and low-cost biomass, utilisation of a program of eradication of an invasive species of acacia to provide biomass, to provide all the resources at low cost that are necessary for an ammonium industry. It looks as if this is very competitive compared with gas-based production at the gas prices of Eastern Australia. Australia is a huge user of nitrogenous fertilisers in agricultural areas all over the country. As a stock food in this region, it's used as a cattle and sheep food supplement. The biomass produces zero emissions carbon dioxide, and in the process can produce char and bioenergy. Bioenergy in a liquid form, a substitute for crude oil, or a gaseous form, a substitute for gas. And all of those products have valuable uses of their own. I can see us developing here a microcosm of integrated industries that support each other and exemplify the new opportunities. The really big one, which I emphasised in my book Superpower, is use of renewable energy-based hydrogen to turn Australian iron ore into iron metal. We've got incomparably the world's best iron ore resources. Put that together with the world's best renewable energy resources, and we're the natural place to turn iron ore into iron metal in a zero-emissions world economy. That will be mainly an industry in established industrial areas with ports away from the great cities. So places like Gladstone, Newcastle, possibly Portland, depending on whether you can use southwest New South Wales iron ore, the ports of the Pilbara region, the Upper Spencer Gulf in Allan, the Upper Spencer Gulf in South Australia, the industrial regions of northern Tasmania. So it will be mainly an industry adding vitality and strength to provincial development in Australia.
Look, Professor, thank you. I won't bore you too much, but I went back to my grassroots a couple of weeks ago. I went back truck driving, road training through the Pilbara, which is always good to get a taste of reality again. Mind you, I wasn't paid, it was free of charge, but I wanted to contribute and wanted to hear what was going on. But the amount of ammonium nitrate being transported through the Pilbara region, I think would absolutely be jaw-dropping to our eastern staters. And it's not fertiliser, of course. We know where it's going on to the mines and what it's being used for. But I'm also thinking, I had the opportunity to revisit Kununurra, where I hadn't been for a little while, and of course the opportunities through water up there and hydroelectricity, and of course the farming area. So when we talk about these reformed industries, and hydrogen really is getting a good run now, and everyone's starting to talk about, which I'm glad to hear. And in terms of hydrogen, also in vehicles, buses and trucks. But what do you think the transport requirements would look like? Now, I know you mentioned a few ports, but let's delve into that a little bit deeper with your expertise here.
Australia uses a lot of land transport in the Pilbara region, of course, trucks and trains. The low-cost route to zero emissions for trains, where there's a fair bit of traffic on the road, is likely to be electrification. And for trucks, I think sooner rather than later we'll find that using either hydrogen or batteries of substantial scale will be a lower cost means of transport than the internal combustion engines we currently use on long distance fuel. That are already being used, electric vehicles, hydrogen vehicles in parts of the world. What's necessary to get costs down a lot, the cost of machinery is scale. That grows over time. That growth is starting to happen now. The other thing that's necessary is connections, charging points. They won't look exactly the same as old service stations, but will have a lot of common elements. And one of the interesting things in the period ahead is whether the old service stations can transform into service centres for the new transport industry. For shipping, the route is, when we're at the early stage of a technological transition, you can't predict precisely the technologies that are going to win out, but it looks as if hydrogen in some form, directly or through ammonia or one of the other carriers of hydrogen, will be the way of having low-cost, zero emissions sea transport in future. The bunkering at ports probably won't look terribly different from bunkering for diesel or fuel oil today.
Thank you, Professor. Now, I am keen to get your thoughts here, because we talk about the transformed industrial sectors, and let's focus really on that hydrogen, because that's exciting when you start talking about the opportunities that could present for shipping out of Gladstone. I think you said Newcastle, Portland. So I'm going to ask you, what do you think shipping requirements would be for a future hydrogen export industry from Australia? And I want to ask you around safety and regulatory challenges.
Yeah, export of hydrogen isn't what I was talking about now. And that's because unlike coking coal, for example, or unlike any coal, international transport costs will be a high proportion of the cost of hydrogen. So Japan's not going to import Australian hydrogen and Australian iron ore to turn Australian iron ore into iron metal. Japanese companies would find it much more efficient to do that in Australia. But countries with very weak renewable energy resources like Japan and Korea will need energy for a lot of other things. In the zero emissions world, it will be zero emissions energy, and they will be importers of hydrogen. But it's going to be expensive. The basic reason there's two basic reasons for that. Hydrogen does not liquefy except at a very low temperature, way down near absolute zero, colder than minus 250 degrees, whereas methane in natural gas liquefies at something like a minus 160 degrees, and takes an awful lot of energy to get you down that last 100 degrees. That's going to be an important consideration in the economics of transport. For that reason, a country like Japan or Korea will only be importing hydrogen as hydrogen for very high value uses. It is likely that most trade in hydrogen won't be as a liquid, won't be the molecule H2. it will be some compound that contains hydrogen, and where the hydrogen can be released and used at the import side, and that may be ammonia. It may be using other carriers. Now, hydrogen. The other reason why hydrogen is expensive to transport is it's such a tiny molecule. It's the smallest atom. It's the smallest molecule, so it can seep out between the molecules of ordinary steel. You need special materials, special containers. That's going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive. The ships are going to be expensive, both because they've got to be able to keep this material very cold under pressure, but also the materials have to be impervious to these tiny atoms and molecules escaping. So for all of these reasons, trade in hydrogen itself or trade through hydrogen carriers is not going to be as important in global energy use as trade in petroleum and coal is today. But nevertheless, it's going to be substantial, especially to countries like Japan and Korea with very weak renewable energy resources of their own. And we are going to need regulatory regimes. A lot of these have been looked at by the chief scientist, Allan Finkel, in his report, and I commend the early thinking that's gone into that. It will not be different in kind to the safety arrangements you need for LNG trade, but it will be more demand because of some of the special characteristics of hydrogen, but it won't come.
Thanks, Professor. So as a future zero carbon fuel, such as hydrogen, are there any other ones we could use or we talk about as the use of for fueling shipping? Not for export, but it can run on.
I think it's likely that we'll be using mainly hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives. So you can run an engine from ammonia, where combustion of the hydrogen component of ammonia is the active agent. And there are other carriers of hydrogen that are being trialled for these purposes, but all of them start with making hydrogen. So the making of hydrogen from renewable energy at Australian ports is going to be an important part of operations, and mostly it will be bunkering ships here for long distance trade, and they'll need to come back with fuel that's taken on board at their distant place of destination. But the relatively low cost of Australia as a supplier of these materials will mean that we're given a choice between over-bunkering here and somewhere in Northeast Asia, for example. Ships will have quite a big financial incentive to take on a higher proportion of their total fuel requirements in Australia.
So, Professor, what is your view to what role should the government play in developing these opportunities for zero emissions fuels?
Because it involves innovation, the pioneers take on a lot of costs that bring value for the whole community. And so standard economics says there's a strong case for fiscal subsidy for the pioneers because they don't capture all the benefits themselves. Just as the Australian Renewable Energy Agency played a big role in getting early batteries off the ground, in getting grid-scale solar off the ground, and subsidised to a considerable extent the early capital expenditure on the early projects. Everyone learned from that process, and the ARENA rules facilitated that learning. Anyone taking an ARENA grant had to agree to make public a lot of information about what they'd done, and everyone learned what worked, what didn't work. And so just take the example of grid-scale solar. The the first plants subsidised by ARENA had grants of almost half their capital costs. From memory, first grid-scale solar was in northern New South Wales, and a very substantial ARENA grant. But once we had a few plants operating, everyone learned from their experience, and costs came down very quickly. Not only the costs of the equipment, which is mainly imported and benefiting from economies of scale in China and elsewhere, but the very substantial part of the costs that involve Australian construction and on-site work, cost of that came down after the early experience because we learned how to do it better. So the central role of government in these industries is to provide, in an efficient way, support for innovation, so that the pioneers don't carry all of the costs themselves. They share some of those costs with the community that benefits from the external learnings from their activities.
Right, thank you, Professor. I've got just a couple of more questions now around offshore wind. Can you tell us what role offshore wind could play in Australia?
Yeah, Australia has very rich onshore wind resources. And for that reason, offshore, we've also got very rich offshore wind resources. Bass Strait resources and East Gippsland are about as good as you get anywhere, as good as the North Sea. But we've got much lower cost onshore opportunities than Europe has, for example. So the Scandinavians, the Germans, the Brits are developing a lot more offshore wind early on than we are, partly because they don't have such good onshore alternatives either of solar or of wind. So the absolutely, our offshore wind is very high quality relative to the onshore alternatives. It doesn't have the superiority that it has in some parts of the world. And there are some advantages, cost advantages working onshore, fairly obvious ones, much easier and cheaper access. Now, the cost disadvantage of offshore wind is falling, partly because a plant is being built on a bigger and bigger scale, and it's easier to get very large wind turbines going offshore than onshore. The size of some of these turbines are as big as tall as a skyscraper. Excuse my voice. Means that there's a difficulty getting them round a rural road in Australia for installation at a land site. So it's easier to take advantage of economies of scale offshore, and for that reason, it's likely that over time, offshore wind will become part of the mix. It will be especially valuable in locations where you've got good offshore wind resources, not very far from centres of transmission systems. So around the edge of Gippsland, taking advantage of the Latrobe Valley system, where you've got very good offshore wind resources as well, seems an obvious candidate. So I think it'll be part of the mix, not as big a part early here as elsewhere, because we've got better onshore wind and solar opportunities than other countries. But it will have an important role to play, especially close to where you've got good wind resources close to established transmission nodes.
Thank you, Professor. My last one, because we are in a shipping inquiry, so if we are talking offshore wind opportunities, energy, what would the shipping requirements be, do you think, if we were to successfully create this wonderful opportunity that sits just off our coast?
Well, the very big requirements for shipping in the construction phase, and then in the maintenance phase. You've got people going out there checking how they're going, but the really big ones, the demanding ones, of course, is construction, with some ongoing maintenance. I would think that the kind of skills and shipping resources that are needed would not be dissimilar to offshore petroleum. You have to establish a large, stable platform. You've got complicated steel engineering on that platform. I would think that a lot of the skills would be similar skills. A lot of the challenges would be similar challenges.
Well, Professor, thank you very much for your time today. And Barcaldine, I haven't visited there yet, but I must, it's on my to-do list. So it looks like you're enjoying the sunshine up there and you're safe. That's the main thing. So, Professor, thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate that. Okay,
good to be with you and good luck.
Thank you. So what we'll do now is we will take a short break and we will reconvene at 8:45. Kick off, thank you. I now welcome Mr. Dalton from the Department of Defence and representatives from the Australian Maritime Defence Council. Are you there via teleconference? Not yet? Maybe I'll be in your hands here. Shall we just put the two together? Look, for the purposes of timing, why don't we kick off? Would that be better? And if, yeah, I think we'll kick off, Jerry. Yes, let's do that. Mr. Dalton, for the purposes of Hansard, if you could please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Certainly. My name is Tony Dalton. I'm the Deputy Secretary responsible for National Naval Shipbuilding within the Department of Defence.
Tremendous, Mr. Dalton. So would you like to make a brief opening statement before we go to some questions?
No, I'm happy to go straight to questions. Thanks, Senator.
Oh, okie dokie. That's quick. All right, then. Now, I had asked, there was a question asked of early on to Mr. Blackburn in regards to control the movements of international ships and cargo and their cargo, because I was interested, what if an Australian company owns the cargo on a ship flagged in another country? So, look, I'll put this to you, Mr. Dalton. So can you requisition a ship for use in a crisis if it is not Australian flagged?
That's a good question, Senator, and a little out of my swim lane. So that's a better question for the maritime security defence folks.
Sure.
I'm really only responsible for putting in place the National Naval Shipbuilding Program within Defence. So that includes the shipbuilding program, ship acquisitions, domestic and offshore, and the sustainment of Navy's maritime assets.
All right, look, that's fantastic. And I wasn't sure who was appearing. So, look, I'll throw a series of questions at you, Mr. Dalton, and if you can answer, that's great. If you can't, but it is within the department's area to answer, I think that I will look at Jerry and say we'll give you 2 weeks if you're going to take a question on notice. So an answer 2 weeks from today's date, close of business at 5 p.m. Jerry, you all right with that? Yep, you're nodding. Okay. All right, Mr. Dalton, let's have a go. So, has the department, in developing recent white papers or strategic reviews, such as the 2020 Defence Strategic Update of July 2020, addressed the issue of Australia's complete dependency on the use of foreign registered ships using foreign seafarers for 100% of its imports and exports, and for much of its domestic shipping, including oil and refined petroleum products, some of which is required by defence forces?
Again, Senator, that's outside my lane.
All right, no worries. Would that be to another officer in your department, or is that to the Australian Maritime Defence Council?
Look, I suspect that probably rests with the Australian Maritime Defence Council, Senator.
Why don't I have 2 bob each way, because I'm a punting man coming up, growing up in working class. So I'll have 2 bob each way. I'll get you to take that on notice, just in case there is someone who would be able to answer that within your department. All right?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. So what does the department believe the best solution is to address that strategic risk, if you can answer? And do you think one solution could be the adoption of a strategic fleet concept gaining currency in maritime security circles?
Again, Senator, I'm here to talk to answer your questions on the naval shipbuilding program and the sustainment of Navy's maritime assets. So again, that's
all right.
Out of my lane.
Let's have a go at this one then. To what extent would it be helpful for the Defence Shipbuilding Program and for retention of shipbuilding skills and capability in which the nation has invested billions to integrate defence shipbuilding with civilian shipbuilding, particularly to iron out peaks and troughs? Now, I know you can answer that one.
And I'd be delighted to answer that one, Senator. As you said, we are investing in naval shipbuilding in two strategic locations in Australia. So one at Osborne in South Australia, and then the other at Henderson in Western Australia. Certainly, in particular, the work we're doing in Western Australia, we're doing very closely with the Western Australian state government. Henderson, as you probably realise, is a precinct about 23 kilometres south of Fremantle that is state-owned and leased commercially to a range of shipbuilders. And many of those shipbuilders have the capacity to work both in naval shipbuilding and in commercial shipbuilding. I think it's reasonable to suggest that the work that we're putting into the shipbuilders, in particular in Western Australia, will make them much more competitive and will introduce modern shipbuilding techniques that are equally applicable to both commercial and naval shipbuilding. So I think the short answer is yes, I think the program will make shipbuilders, particularly in Western Australia, more competitive in an international market and more competitive to produce ships domestically outside of the naval shipbuilding program.
Good, okie dokie, and I am familiar with the area. So now, Mr. Dalton, would you be aware that Sydney Ferries, TT Line, Toll Holdings, Sea Road Shipping and the federal government, and their role is in the replacement ship for the Aurora Australis, have all contracted with overseas shipbuilders for replacement ships in the last few years? Are you aware of that?
We certainly are aware of some of the domestic shipbuilding contracts. We're not necessarily aware of all of them, but the program that we're talking about really has been a program that was put in place in the 2016 Defence White Paper, and I think you'll certainly see the capacity of Australian shipbuilders improve over time as a result of the work that we're doing across the naval shipbuilding enterprise.
So, okay, so have you got in place a collaboration process that seeks to assist those organisations, particularly private shipping operators, to offer commercial opportunity to have those replacement ships built here in Australia as a joint effort with Defence and its contractors?
Well, I don't have a formal collaboration or vehicle, but what we are doing is working with a range of commercial shipbuilders whose business isn't solely naval shipbuilding, and they will have the ability to bid, I think, increasingly more competitively for a range of shipbuilding programs.
And look, I know there'll be sensitivities around it and all that sort of stuff, but could you give us some form of indication? Is it just sitting around with and I'm not having a go yet, with our fingers crossed and hoping ship owners will do something here in Australia? Or was it really something, it's on the move, it's progressive, we really have got our all hands on the table, we really want to give the opportunity between Defence and the private sector to boost our shipbuilding capacity? Could you give us a hint? Is there any companies? You don't have to tell us any names.
Oh, look, I think there's plenty of indications that the shipbuilding capacity in Australia is growing. I would point the committee perhaps at the public discussion document that the West Australian government released about 6 weeks ago, and will be formally released in the coming weeks, which is the Henderson Strategic Infrastructure and Land Use can't remember what the P stands for now. It's called the SILIP. But that's a document that looks at the whole Henderson precinct, the Northern Harbour and the Southern Harbour. And it's, while clearly Defence is an interested player on the Henderson precinct, we are not the only player. And that certainly highlights the fact that the West Australian State Government, in close collaboration with the Commonwealth Government, is working to plan out a future for Henderson that can accommodate both naval shipbuilding and a broader domestic shipbuilding, and indeed position Henderson well to be able to support, offshore oil and gas and all of that other type of infrastructure that really relies on that kind of heavy industry to build it.
Right. So just for clarification, for those previous companies that I mentioned, the Sydney and Ferries, TT Toll, Sea Road, and the Government for Australia, Aurora Australis, are you in any conversations with them how you can work with them and consider how they could possibly do more in Australia, or are those, you're not going anywhere near those replacement ships?
Well, look, is Defence directly in conversation with them? No. Is the government working with some of them? I am aware that the government is. So I'm aware that the Tasmanian government is looking at options to replace the Trans-Tasman ferries, and that the federal government, through the Department of Finance, is represented in that work. I'm not aware of anything else, but we do have some infrastructure limitations on the size of vessels that can currently be constructed in Australia. And again, part of our exploration around the future of Henderson is looking at how we can work with industry to solve some of those infrastructure limitations. Right now at Henderson, there's some limitations on the size of the ships that we can construct. There's limitations on the size of the vessels that we can move from the common user facility at Henderson back into the water. So all of those things are part of what the Strategic Infrastructure and Land Use Plan, I remember what the B stood for now, is trying to address in a long-term strategic look at the Henderson precinct to be able to better support future shipbuilding requirements, and the ability to build some of those larger ships, both naval and into the future commercial ships, will be enhanced by some of that infrastructure planning that we're now doing.
Okay, so what is the limit do you have knowledge of what is the limit to the size of the ships that can be constructed down at Henderson?
Well, if you look at Henderson right now, for the Australian Maritime Complex, the bit that's the common user facility that is managed by the West Australian State Government, they use a ship lift to move vessels from ashore back into the water, or to lift ships from the water onto the hard stand for maintenance. The ship lift is about 99 metres long, and it can lift a 12,000 tonne vessel out of the water. But to transfer a vessel, the limit is much lower. So to move a vessel from the ship lift onto the hard stand, the limit is around about 4,500 tonnes. BAE have a ship lift at Henderson that goes into a very narrow part of the facility at Henderson that can lift a ship of about 8,500 tonnes out of the water and transfer it on a rail system to the maintenance facility there. Austell have a slipway that's rated to about 2,000 tonnes. So you can see when you look at perhaps a Trans-Tasman ferry replacement, which is probably be in the order of 25,000 tonnes, you can see there are some infrastructure restrictions on the size of the vessels that we can currently construct in Western Australia, or indeed lift out of the water to maintain them.
So would the submarine maintenance facility be part of your coverage?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So when are we announcing that Henderson's going to, or WA is going to get all the, what do you call it? The repair work. What's it called? You got a special word for it.
Well, you'll be pleased to know, Senator, that Henderson does quite a lot of submarine maintenance already.
Yes, I know. I've seen it. I have seen it. So when are we getting the announcement that we got the whole lot?
Well, that's a matter for government, and it's up to government to make that decision, Senator.
Oh God, I tried. Oh, never mind. I was trying to be cute. All right, we're not on our breath. That's fine. Well, look, on that then, my questions mainly go to the other side. But is there anything else you would love to enlighten the committee with prospects that Australian shipbuilding will be front and centre of? I know it's front and centre of the department's mind, but of the for Australia and the opportunities that they could bring to us. Before I say farewell, Mr. Dalton.
Well, I mean, certainly from my perspective, Senator, we are working to create a vibrant shipbuilding and ship sustainment industry in Australia, and not only a vibrant one, but a competitive one, an internationally competitive industry that can build ships in Australia, complex naval vessels, and we're well down that track. In Henderson right now, we have the first of the offshore patrol vessels being constructed in Western Australia by SIBMEC in a ship construction shed, the biggest ship construction shed in the Southern Hemisphere, 65 metres under the crane inside that shed, which is quite remarkable. So the facilities that are being constructed to support the naval shipbuilding plan certainly provide opportunities for more than just naval shipbuilding. At the moment, the government's planning to invest between $168 and $183 billion across shipbuilding and upgrade programs between now and the 2050s. And that's a remarkable degree of investment and a remarkable vote of confidence in the ability of Australians to build ships in Australia, complex ships competitively with the international market. So I think the future augurs well, and we'll be able to build the facilities around it that will then provide opportunities not only for naval shipbuilding but for domestic shipbuilding of a commercial nature as well.
All right, Mr. Dalton. Now, what about, and I think I probably guess where you're going to go, but fuel security is no small issue in this nation. It's not something that's just come out of the blue in the last COVID months. It's been around for many years now. We've had inquiries, we've had reports written, we've had reports ignored, we've had other reports that are still waiting a report on the report or something, I don't know. Is that part of your remit? Can you talk about?
Sadly, Senator, it's not part of my remit.
Who in the department, because previously when we did our last inquiry into the fuel security, that's a real oxymoron. The uncertainty of fuel security, it should be called. The Defence Force were very, very vocal. Now, who could you point to this committee that we could call to hear from them from Department of Defence? Do you know off the top of your head?
No, not off the top of my head, Senator, but I would suggest that, clearly the strategic centre of the department would have a view, but it's not certainly in my lane to provide it.
All right, then I'll just ask you before I do let you go to our hardworking secretary over there, Jerry. Did we request anyone with expertise in fuel security from the Department of Defence?
We requested representative from the department, and the department put forward Mr. Dalton. That's all we.
Oh, well, that's a little bit cheeky of the department. Mr. Dalton, thank you so much for your contribution. You drew the short straw, but it's good to hear that we've got a plan. To the Department of Defence, if you're listening back there in Canberra, we write to you specifically and we request to hear from experts in the area. I'm sure there'll be a very, very valid reason why someone in Defence who has expertise around the lack of fuel security in this nation didn't turn up. And if it's going to be a case if there was interference from the Minister's office, I'd be very keen to hear. without hiding behind anyone's apron. And I'm not the one hiding behind anyone's apron, but I'll give the defence an opportunity to respond to that. Mr. Dalton, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Always a pleasure to help. I'm sorry I couldn't provide all of the answers you were after.
No, you've been very helpful on what you do work in, so thank you, Mr. Dalton. My criticism is for the department. I'd be keen for the response to come back. I'm looking forward to the response from the department. Now, I really want to hear from the Australian Maritime Defence Council. Are they there yet? Not yet, Jerry?
Nope.
Be interesting to know where they are. Okay, well, I'll tell you what we'll do is our next witness close by?
No, we've got 25 minutes before the next witness centre.
Okay, well that's fair because the next witness wasn't expecting to be here. So thank you. What we'll do is look. The only thing we can do is I'll go burn out my frustration and the lack of support from the Defence Department. Very, very shoddy, very shoddy. And I can think of a lot of other words I'll put around it, but I'm waiting for your weak excuse. Let's have it's a shame, Jerry. Am I the only one in this nation that sees Australian shipping as just a vital industry for our defence, our economic situation, our environment? You don't have to answer, Jerry. All right, let's suspend now and we will come back. Is there any other senators online? Okay, let's suspend, Jerry, and I'll go bang my head against the toilet door at the back of my office so I can take my mind off my frustrations. Back, everyone. And I now welcome representatives from Coral Expeditions via video conference from Cairns. So, gentlemen, if that's our record, if you could please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today. And sorry, I'm Glenn, still on the chair.
Yeah, good morning, Glenn. Gents, Mark Fifield, Group General Manager at Coral Expeditions.
And Jeff Gillies, Commercial Director of Coral Expeditions. Thank
you very much. Now, I do appreciate you making the effort to appear today. We have had a range of expertise today, but I'm very keen to hear from your sector of the industry because we have done a bit around your sector. There's been some changes. There's been some, movements. You're an integral part, but I think COVID's really whacked you guys to be able to tell what's going on. So on that, then I'll invite you either Mr. Fifield or both of you please to make an opening statement before I go to questions. I'm getting feedback. Is anyone else getting? Can you hear me all right, guys?
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's a little bit of a
We've got a gremlin in the line. All right, so let's have a crack anyway, and let's see how we go. So, opening statement, guys.
I'll lead off. I think thank you very much for the opportunity for us to be involved. Coral Expeditions has been hit very, very, very hard over the last months with COVID. We're an Australian-based expedition cruise company. 2020 was going to be our 35-year anniversary celebration with the second year of a new vessel and a lot planned. But the company is at a position prior to COVID of good growth. So against many odds, an Australian marine sector pioneer who have been growing. So we've got a fleet update that we're undertaking at the moment with the arrival of a brand new vessel, Coral Adventurer, last year in April. She's been received exceptionally well by the market. We have a new ship being built at the moment, which will come into service sometime between December and March of next year, the Coral Geographer. So our 35 years of history has really been about pioneering expedition cruise within Australia. We have a fly under the Australian flag. We have an all-Australian crew and predominantly Australian domestic guest base. We do a little bit of international business with sort of Western countries such as the UK, Europe, and the USA. So used to, and we will again. We will again. So But since COVID has come along, we've obviously been affected very heavily by that, along with all of the tourism sector within Australia. There's also been some broader reputational damage to the cruise industry with some of the issues that have occurred on large mega vessels. So I guess we differentiate ourselves, and those who know us see us as being completely different to the large cruise ship sector. Prior to COVID coming along, we have seen in the last few years, I guess, a prevalence of foreign flagged vessels starting to turn their attention for good seasons of the year that suit them when they're not travelling around the world to come in and operate in Australia. And we have been advocates of the Coastal Trading Act, being updated to basically represent a more modern day reflection of where Australian expedition cruise sits. So, there has been some definitions and some exemptions within the Coastal Trading Act that do allow almost an unfettered access to the Australian coastlines for foreign vessels. And I don't think they were ever imagined. They were for large cruise vessels, predominantly servicing main ports. Now you're seeing expedition vessels being built around the world at a substantial rate. As people understand and I guess get to know that experience. And we're seeing more and more foreign vessels coming into very sensitive and remote areas to a point that it is reaching some level of a threshold. So I guess we're advocating on behalf of ourselves and other Australian flagged operators against what is an increasingly unlevel playing field, but also to start to advocate for some checks and measures and some capacity monitoring systems that don't end up with sensitive remote regions, which is where we go, just open game for vessels who don't really know the cultures or communities or the environment of those coastlines.
Sorry, I was writing and then trying to demute. Thanks, Mr. Gillies. Mr. Fifield, would you like to share some words of wisdom for us, because it is your time in the sun and you need to get your thoughts, your words, and whatever may form some recommendations out loud and clear.
Yep. So look to add to that. As Jeff said, we've been involved in a large training program with that crew. I think we're employing pre-COVID around 250 seafarers. We've sponsored a great number of seafarers from early cadet level all the way through to foreign-going masters and chief engineers, and that is something that we continue to do, supporting the training organisations in Australia. The vessels that we have coming online, the Coral Geographer is sister ship to what we have now. So we're looking at 46 crew for that change over. So there's a complement of about 70 odd crew for that. Some of the obviously the challenges we face now are things like the border access and controls through our Australia programming with Western Australia and other states' border closures. So we're also moving to our mind of really concentrating on the Australian coastline for diversification of product as in the current environment. So, so I think that's about where we are now with.
Yeah, for the next 18 months to 2 years, we've come to the realisation international travel and some of our longer trips abroad might not be possible. So we really will turn our attention to the Australian coastline, and as we can meet as the borders open and we meet the safety requirements to operate safely. Certainly we will. It's not only guest access across borders, but also there's some indicated challenges about us getting our Australian-based crew from various states and territories to be able to access and the vessels when they get operational again.
Yeah. I think to add to Jeff's comment about the expedition cruise fleet, I think what's happened and what we've seen in the last year is there's an exponential growth in that market, particularly with the COVID environment as well. We've had people that are obviously changing their layup and their style of cruising and ship to accommodate that style of cruising in a loose sense. There's also a fleet of vessels that are out in the Pacific region now that are sort of poised to come in at the first opportunity that they have access to Australian or New Zealand coastlines to operate. So we're mindful that is it's a threat that's sitting out in the market for us.
Thank you. Look, thank you very much, gentlemen. I just want to say a few things. I've got some questions for you. And I am looking at your submission that you'd sent in, and I think there's a couple of figures there that really need to be put out in the public. Firstly, is the Coral Geographer a replacement vessel or is it an additional one?
It's an additional vessel.
Wow, so that gives you 4 vessels operating stands. And I look and I see here what you've spent on seafarer training. No less than about $1.5 million. I see what you spent on local procurement, and just for the record, generally we've never met, but I'm so glad to read what you guys are doing within our boundaries, our borders. I see that you've spent in procurement, I've added up pretty quickly, around $40 million. I also look at some of your competitors, what they spend, and bear in mind, size, they're nowhere near your size. Some should be patted on the back. Some, there's a few questions we could ask, but anyway. So you're a significant player. Secondly, before I go off, and this is the beauty of being the chair, I get my preamble ramble, as I say, that I am a very solid voice for the Australian shipping industry. I am one of the biggest critics in the federal parliament. It's not hard to Google me and see what I've thought about the visa system over the years, how governments have decimated the Australian shipping industry. I find it absolutely abhorrent that we talk as an island nation, and yet somehow shipping doesn't matter because we've got to get that double door fridge with the ice maker in it over here as cheap as possible. Anyway, I won't go on. You've got a friend here. I'm bitterly disappointed. There's been a few people that didn't think it was important to front here today, being Department of Defence sent someone along, but not with the expertise that we were requiring. So they're in the ship books, if I can put it that way, as are the Australian Institute of Petroleum. But gentlemen, on a brighter note, what we have to understand here is you are an Australian company. Your industry has copped a battering, and we must make it very clear. You are not those greedy foreign raiders, those greedy internationals that exploit their staff, foreign seafarers and all that sort of stuff. You're a homegrown, true blue, sleeves rolled up member of the community that want to do best for not only your employees, your business, but also the Australian population. And I applaud you for that. So let's get on to some stuff now, because you're heading I'm reading the level playing field, which in Australia there is no level playing field. Let's be real clear. So could you advise the committee if the company has disadvantaged or has been disadvantaged as an operator of Australian expedition cruise ships employing Australian seafarers from the administration of the Coastal Trading, in brackets, Revitalising Australian Shipping Act of 2012?
So look, I can talk from a commercial perspective with some of the, I guess, the competitiveness that's out there for business, and then Mark can talk about, I guess, some of the operational and sort of crewing challenges. But certainly we have seen increasing disadvantage. We've had long-term charter partners who've worked with us in areas, particularly the Kimberley. The Kimberley is a very important area to expedition cruising in Australia. And we've seen charter business basically go to foreign vessels that are older, that have no design advantage at all, that have no service or product advantage. And we can best guess would be that it's simply about competitiveness of pricing. So those vessels do not have the same regime of operational costs or wages. I guess the other area we've seen increasing competitiveness, and that is that many of these foreign vessels, the modus operandi is to to invest very heavily in sales and marketing offices in major centres of Australia, and do a very focused job at attracting domestic passengers away from, and it's not just competitive expedition ships. They are there to sell an experience, and they do it in some ways, often price led by taking big discounts to market, and that can come up against an expedition cruise company. That could be them, having somebody who's considering a holiday in a hotel, in a resort, in an island resort in a small country town, seeing these deals. So the Australian traveller market, has been buoyant and been an excellent opportunity for these foreign vessels, and we clearly have seen increased competitiveness and a challenge for us to create a level playing field as they gather momentum and are given freedoms to basically travel the coastlines without the same level of proving yourself with permitting and environmental consideration. So clearly from a commercial side, there is a lot of impact on a company like ours and others like us.
And that's a major concern. When you raise that, have you raised that with officials, or do you do it through your collective representative employer body?
So I missed the first part of that, Senator.
Have you had the opportunity to raise this issue with both AMSA and elected officials and departments to express your concerns either privately or through your collective industry representative body?
Yeah, we've taken a number of opportunities, and we've been more active in the last couple of years as we've seen the threat grow. So we have spoken with with local members. We've also presented to the shipping business unit and to various ministers at a federal level. I understand that particularly we've recommended a couple of we don't want to be completely exclusionary, so we've recommended a few key things to Minister McCormack's department, around some definition changes to the Coastal Act, which would even things up. And at the moment, that's as simple as them redefining a decades old tonnage interpretation from 5,000 tonne to 10,000 tonne, and from 100 passengers to 300 passengers that basically, has changed over time. We've got bigger, our ships have become bigger, and the Australian fleet has that opportunity to grow in the small level. But there are vessels that are operating under a large ship exemption who are marginally larger than us. So they really, that's one of the key definition changes. So we've had limited success. We've got traction with meetings. We've been able to present, and we've received response letters, but we have had no meaningful engagement that we can see in having our argument heard.
And how long have you been pushing this barrow with government?
Mark, you've been here 17 years. You might be best.
For the 17 years that I've been here, we have been doing it. And at all sorts of levels and venues. As Jeff said, we had a bit of a hiatus on it for a couple of years as we sort of settled into our own business, and then sort of came back more strongly as the expedition market's grown over the last few years. So so one of the other challenges that we have too operationally is under the coastal licensing is that the license allows for very set defined itineraries and locations and dates and times. And when you're operating in an area like the Kimberleys, where we as a general license holder have the ability to travel around within the areas, we're restricted by a coastal trading license that's been given for a specific date and a specific time to a foreign vessel, so that in a time slot that we have with tide and conditions to get to a certain area that we can only access on a certain day. When we arrive at that anchorage, there is a coastal trade temporary licence holder in there because they have no ability to move or change because the licence defines 2 years in advance where they can go and where so it basically prohibits our operation as well. And as Jeff said, outside of the general fleet coming in, they do come in and cherry pick the prime seasons and not carry anything through shoulder season. So
this really does my head in. I want to be pretty clear on this, Mr. Fifield. So we've got an Australian company, Australian flag vessels, Australian crews, operating operating out of the Kinley, which I have a very, very close affiliation with the Kinley over the last 35, 40 years. But you can't operate, is that right? Because there is a foreign vessel that has access you can't get?
So essentially in the Kimberley, the itineraries are very prescribed around tides, right? There's obviously a big tide issue. So there's windows of time in a 10-day program where you get to have access to the waterfalls or the rivers or wherever you're heading with the tides. And with the other local operators, what we're able to do there is work with them and say, we're going to be there between 1 and 2 in the afternoon, and we'll work around them. Whereas if we try and do that with the foreign ships, they are unable to have that flexibility because they are tied to a coastal trading temporary license, which defines their timing within the region. So what it does do for us is it doesn't allow us to maximise our experiences for our own guests, where we have a ship tied up in an area that's unable to move because of restrictions on their permits. And we, at the same time, there's limited options as to where we can go within that time frame based around the restrictions of the tide. So it's the intent of it, I think, is to be an incentive that we can operate and have the flexibility, and the other guys don't. That actually hinders us in the operation.
But in those areas, so there's some logistical challenges that come with more and more vessels accessing areas. Is probably the upshot. The second thing is that people travel to those areas to not be around a bunch of other travellers, and whether it's a large foreign ship or even more so recently with some freedoms around super yachting. It's not uncommon that you might travel sort of 30 nautical miles up a river system with your guests to get to the front of these pristine waterfalls. These are Australians seeing Australia, and you turn the corner and there's two large foreign super yachts who are anchored up. So the photo opportunity, the breathtaking moment, is gone because they're camping up, sometimes without guests, sometimes just, crew. They're sitting there waiting for the next piece of charter business. So it does have an impact on our operational and logistics, but certainly it does also on the traveller's experience.
Yes, I could imagine. All right. So how many applications for a voyage authorisation under the CT Act the company contested, and how many voyage authorisations have been denied based on its contesting over the period since the CT Act commenced in 2012? Do you have those figures?
Yes.
Look, I think we have contested quite a few. There was an issue though that set a precedent with APT and Caledonia Sky some years ago, where there was a hiccup in the process that we contested a trading license with them coming in, and that was lost in the Coastal Trading Act system, and they approved their permissions to operate, and that really set a precedent then for the other operators to come and get a similar license based on that precedent. So and so since then we've really been challenged by winning any contest there. We've recently contested, Jeff, can fill on that.
Yeah, so a couple of months ago, that same company, APT, with their part shareholder in a foreign vessel, asked for an extension to add a number of sailings. I think initially they were looking at 6 sailings across the back end of this year. We anticipated that would then be followed up, if successful, by more, many more in this environment. And we did contest that and basically had success on 5 of the 6 requested. The 6th we decided not to contest in the end because we had a piece of business with one of our ships that had us otherwise occupied. But I think that was an important result for us, and we certainly would intend to contest temporary licence applications, wherever we see the Australian operators can do the business.
So when you talk about contesting laws, and let's get it all out here, we know that it's AMSA. AMSA, the body that issues and whatever, the visas and exemptions and all sorts of stuff. And AMSA are coming up here, and AMSA now, through this committee, have had extensive engagements with each other over the years. Some quite testy, some a little bit testy. There's been some movement, and I always welcome this movement. But have you found any improvement, or has the communication lines and the operational lines improved in the past 12 months or so? I know that if I ask you a question that could be a little bit uncomfortable, I'm very happy to say, can we leave that and leave that? I'll give you the opportunity.
So sorry, Senator, you broke up a little bit. Which organisation? So was it about have the communication lines improved with?
AMSA.
AMSA. Yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, for my mind, we've always had a very good relationship with AMSA, in terms of their support. And we've got, obviously been in the industry for a while, we have direct lines into the top levels of AMSA, so that has worked for us. So, look, for me, I don't see a huge lot of change there, other than there's been a lot of new guys coming from the base, and we really need to escalate that to the higher levels to get the responses we need. But on that side, really, we're fine.
Yeah,
no, that's fine.
And we have seen improve with the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, particularly with the shipping business unit. We have seen what I would say is markedly improved communication in recent times. As much as they can help, but certainly they have been responsive, and we have seen an improvement in communications there. What we haven't seen is that filtering on upwards to policy makers and decision makers as yet.
One of the comments around that, though, is in terms of the coastal trading licence and the contesting of that, it's a bit of a strange sort of situation where we have to defend our position as an operator, rather than the foreign operator or the applicant defend their put their position forward in terms of why they should be trading, and that process also in the contesting of it, sort of led to an instruction from the department that we actually take the matter up directly with the applicant, which is also sort of in a strange scenario where you end up having to try and negotiate around a foreign ship and foreign owner to contest their application. So there's also
This is crazy. Look, this is the beauty of being around 15 years in the Senate. I get to say these things that, and you do not comment. But I could just imagine the minister's Twitter feed going through the atmosphere, burning up. You'd get like Haley's comment that if our farmers had to put up with the same challenges of an unfair level or an unlevel playing field, where foreign farmers were to come into Australia and start farming. My comment, after 15 years on this committee, I'm allowed to say that, because I reckon the McCormack's phone would explode. when he's on his.
Anyway. Similar feelings about whether, if a foreign airline decided to start competing with Qantas on a Sydney to Melbourne route, interstate domestic, the headlines and the news cycle for the week sorted, right?
Or similarly, a hotel chain.
Yeah, hotel chain that basically a foreign investor came in and staffed it with foreigners. It's an extremely odd situation, and that's what frustrates us in terms of getting a fair hearing around it.
Yes, it should frustrate you, absolutely. And I'll just clarify this. I would be just as vehemently supportive of Aussies in any industry as I am in shipping. But, it just really does my head in when some industries just don't matter. It doesn't matter, So, not to me, to our decision makers. I'm not on the green carpet getting $400,000 a year. If I was, you guys would be falling over me. But I tell you what, you wouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. So, if I can just go back, I do, excuse me, want to follow up. So, we're very good at hearing what are the problems, and we're very good at writing reports. But we have to write those reports on the evidence. This is by the way I operate, on the evidence that I take from the experts. You guys are the experts. So we know the problems. Now I want to talk about some solutions. So what changes to regulations, gentlemen, or other policies does your company believe would protect your investment in Australian ships and Australian crew from foreign ships?
Okay. Yeah, so we've outlined, and we understand the importance of being as clear as we can be on this. So, as I mentioned before, the first one would be a redefinition of large cruise vessels, and particularly the section that gives them a long-term exemption. So, to allow for the growth that is happening of an Australian expedition ship sector, a redefinition of the tonnage change to make that above 10,000 tonne and above 300 passengers before you could qualify for that broad exemption. We have advocated, secondly, for some type of levelling of through if a foreign operator wants to operate in Australia, that they need to go through a similar regulatory environment in terms of issues like their business registrations, their environmental applications to be in certain areas. So we have many, like a team devoted to making sure that we comply with Australian standards. We our guests like the fact that we comply with Australian standards, and it's proven in the product. So I think that foreign vessels having to go through and make application for those types of business registrations, and also in that. Certainly, whilst they're operating in Australia, to comply on a fair wage and a fair fair sort of business taxation environment, so that it does even up the playing field. As thirdly, we've said for certain sensitive areas, and the Kimberley would be one that is a perfect example. Would be to start having a look like Antarctica and places like that at what is the annual threshold for good, sustainable tourism through there in terms of ships and visitor numbers, then match up what the Australian ships can do and supply, and then if there's a shortfall of 30% capacity, then foreign vessels can apply for that 30% capacity. But it cannot be that there is just unfettered access and free game in those areas. It's not good for the community. It's not good for Australian business. It's not good for the environment. And the last thing that we have advocated is this idea of temporary licenses for foreign vessels should just be abolished. That you to apply for a temporary license to operate as an expedition cruise company, there's one that we're aware of. It's just an anomaly. And basically those vessels should, if you're operating under a foreign flag, you should that there should be one treatment for all of those, not temporary licenses it just creates levels of bureaucracy and levels of work for everybody to try to manage that system.
Yes. For those listening or those that haven't had any involvement in the Australian coastal trade or Australian shipping industry, you'd think, what planet are these guys on? You would actually think, seriously, do we go out of our way to make it economic and environmentally as hard, taxation-wise, business-wise, employment-wise, as hard as possible for us? Anyway.
And there's not another country, I mean, the thing that is somewhat gobsmacking is that there's not another country in the world that has an open shores policy such as Australia. You know, we're an island nation, and we've, you know, there is nowhere else in the world that allows unfettered access for coastal trading for foreign vessels. And here we are. You know, it's like everyone's kind of been hypnotised that it's a great thing. It's extremely disconcerting, and we would advocate for that to change.
Yes, well, you've got an advocate in supporting you here and have been for many, many years. Just wish I could sprinkle some of that magical fairy dust over my colleagues in the Parliament, that they could actually stand up for Australian jobs just because it's on a boat, and different if it's in a tractor or on a tractor in a shop or whatever it may be. But I don't know, someone sprinkled something over them on the other side. The international fairy dust is stronger than the Australian fairy dust. But anyway, let's not give up all hope. So does the company support the general licence nomination model on which consensus emerged during the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications Postal Trading Reform stakeholder consultation in late 2009?
Before my time.
Sorry, could you just rephrase that again?
Yes, am I breaking up there, am I, Mr. Fifield?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm talking about the general licence nomination model that the department that emerged when consensus was taken with the department in the reform stakeholder consultations late last year. I'm asking, does your company support that general licence nomination model?
Look, I don't think we've been too much involved in that, to be honest.
That in itself is a worry. I mean, you're only the largest tourism vessel operator in Australia. You're only the largest spender of Australian procurement. You're only the largest employer of Australian seafarers in this industry. So I suppose, why should you be consulted? Sorry, I'm really getting down to the gut. Okay. And to all those experts listening out there, and they're listening, don't worry, Canberra will be listening. Minister's office, if they've got their nose out of their muffin, should be listening, but who knows what goes on in their offices. And I'll be keen to put that to AMSA as well as the department. Gentlemen, look, I do really appreciate your time, and I want to thank you. Is there anything else that you wish to add before I bid you farewell?
No, look, I think, as we said, it's wonderful to have the opportunity. You know, I think this is a critical time. You know, we along with many other operators have, I guess, into the closing, we're tied up. We've got our vessels safe here. We're ready to restart. We've had a 100% drop in all revenues through the business. We're doing our very best, you know, and JobKeeper is helping immensely, you know, to keep our skilled seafarers so that we can resume and you know, get this business and this industry back running. And I guess we're in a battle for survival. I think the reputational damage that has been caused to the cruise industry, we're going to do our very best to separate ourselves from, but that is going to linger. And all we would advocate for right now is that every decision maker, you know, prioritise Australian business and Australian crew and staff first, right? So as recovery comes and as it starts to stage and phase back in, now is an ideal time to reset and to not just go back to, particularly in some of these areas where we've had archaic sort of coastal trading rules. This is a time to redefine, and this is a time to prioritise Australian people and Australian business.
Look, I cannot argue with you there, Mr. Gillies. I just want to add my bit to it. And I think there is a role for everyone to play, but at least the government could do it. At least is actually stand up for our industry. That you are not the cruise industry that is the carnivals and all these other money grabbing raiders from overseas. You look after your staff, you pay the right conditions, the right taxes in Australia, and you are operating in one of the most magnificent parts of the world. And what better reason would that be for people to get out there, get on an Australian flag vessel that's Australian, and go explore the best part of Australia. Okay? Good luck, gentlemen.
Yep, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you so much. Now, before I go to our next witnesses, I've got to take this opportunity. I want to put a shout out there that I've been informed, lively informed, that a very, very dear friend of the Australian shipping industry and a very, very dear friend of mine, a very personal friend of mine, I'd walk across broken glass to shake this man's hand. Jim Gibbon, the president of the SIU in Canada, I believe has tuned in, and Jim gave evidence to the committee last year. Jim, I wish you all the very well, and I do hope that our Canadian brothers and sisters are all safe and well. Now, on saying that, now I'm going to call my next witnesses. I now welcome, oh, there you are, gentlemen, how are we? I now welcome.
To be disconnected automatically in 8 minutes.
Okay, I hope that's not me.
Cancel and continue the conference.
Someone better push the button. Okay, I've lost Paddy. Where are you? You still there, Paddy? Oh, there you are. Yep. Okay. All right. Can I now take this opportunity to welcome representatives from the Maritime Union of Australia via video conference, and for the purposes of Hansard, gentlemen, if you could please give your name and state the capacity in which you appear. You're on mute, Paddy. Can't hear you, mate. No sound.
How's that?
That's fantastic.
Okay, Padraig Crumlin. I'm the National Secretary of the Maritime Union of Australia. I'm also the President of the International Transport Workers Federation. I'm also, I guess, International President of the Construction, Forestry, Maritime, Mining and Energy Union. So there are certain overlapping responsibilities from each of those areas in this policy area, Senator.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senators. Paul Garrett. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Sydney branch of the Maritime Union of Australia.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, Senators. I'm Jason Campbell, the Tasmanian branch Secretary of the Maritime Union of Australia.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for availing yourself today. Now I'm going to go to you, and just as a disclaimer, these gentlemen are not only comrades of mine, but they're extraordinarily close friends, and we have worked extremely close together for many, many years, both in my previous life as an organiser on the waterfront, but more importantly in improving the lot for Australian seafarers, Australian stevedores and Australian businesses. That only flows on to magnificent gains for the Australian population. So if anyone wants to have a crack on Twitter, go for it. There we go. I'll say, Paddy, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thanks, mate. And I do appreciate the longevity of the relationship and the work that you've done on various committees. I remember one very interesting committee with Senator Heffernan. We've had very many fellow travellers in that period of time from every political persuasion. And I felt that with your leadership and generally the leadership, that this issue really has remained central to the interests of all Australians and indeed policy makers. So I have to thank you personally for that, Senator, and also everybody that's been part of this long journey with us. So thanks for the opportunity to speak. I guess fundamentally, I've made very many submissions, both publicly and within the confines of this legislative process. Cabotage policy remains at the centre. I'll enforce that. Cabotage applies to over 100 countries in the world, from all of the European states to North America, South America. I could go through them. Places like Mauritius, and we've just seen a terrible environmental disaster in Mauritius. Draw your attention: Honduras, Morocco, Nigeria, the Philippines, China, the United States of America, Mexico, Malaysia, Russian Federation, Papua New Guinea, goes on and on. So it is not the exception to the rule, it is the rule. If you're in a country with a large coastline and you rely heavily on domestic supply chain, you need cabotage to protect and develop that industry. And it is very specific to the national economic, political and industrial interests and social interests now under COVID. That's without a doubt. And for some reason in this country, there seems to be a blind spot that it isn't essential. We've got one of the largest coastlines in the world. We've got one of the largest economies in the world. And we're the fourth or third largest user of shipping in the world, while we still only have a relatively small population of 25 million. This is the axle of economic growth and national security. And that's a factual thing, as you know. Particularly in US and Canada. Canada is very much like us, large commodity-based country, very big coastline, getting longer with global warming and the Northwest Passage. It is more important and identified as more important from a regulatory and legislative point of view. And indeed, you've heard from some of our Canadian and US submissions that have come down here, because cabotage is an issue not only of economic security and national security, it's one of human rights. Sustainable shipping policy is what it's about. We've argued continuously in the history of our country is that when going back to BHP and iron, or the wool, the movement of coastal cargo has been essential to the economic, historical development of this country, and very closely entwined with industry policy. It's no mistake or coincidence that it was an area of bipartisan political support right up to the 90s, when the Howard government actively dismantled the cabotage provisions and attacked the industry as part of the overall political framework, industrial framework of attacking the Maritime Union in stevedoring. And a lot of the damage was done. They undertook in those days to replace it with something superior, to enhance it. They identified in their own terms that it was essential to Australian economic and security protection, but nothing was ever done about it. In that time, we've seen industry policies collapse in steel, in aluminium, in many other areas. We no longer make cars. So the decline of cabotage is also closely identified with the decline of Australian industries. But yet it is still put as the forefront of a response to COVID, that if we are going to continue to develop economically and be able to meet the very high standards that we've become used to in this country, we need strong supply chains and strong industry policy to be working again. And that includes in tourism, and some of our submissions go to the cruise ship industry. The whole drama, a national disgrace for all of us, that we can't, well, we've got one of the biggest hydrocarbon and gas reserves in the world, more gas than Qatar, the largest in the world, that we can't manage our industry policy in the way that develops many of the industries that need the developing. And that's without, folding in all of the new opportunities that I know Professor Garnaut referred to earlier, say hydrogen. If we want to be at the front of industry policy, we've also got to be at the front of supply chain. You can't develop an ability to regenerate the wealth, in the infrastructures are required if you don't control and monitor and regulate your domestic supply chain. We've seen the collapse of the wisdom of long-term shipping, where Australian ship owners were able to bring down overall freight rate costs by maintaining the maximum number of ships in ballast and be able to move backwards and forwards, replaced by what is basically a failed mechanism of temporary licences that the last speakers had identified, that is really just a laissez-faire, free as you go. There's no control over maritime crew visas, and you're going to hear more about that. There's something like 350,000 maritime crew visas being issued. There is absolutely no scrutiny of them. They're going for $10,000 each on the black market. They are a traded commodity on the black market because they know they go without any regulation, and these are fraudulent use of MCVs. If you want to go and then have a look at some of the MCVs of people coming in and out of the country, I know there's a piece of legislation before the Senate now, but for the lower house and the Senate, that identifies things like the maritime security card, and parallel, as you know, with the aviation card. So Australian seafarers are being put through a scrutiny and a filter, you know, of the most extraordinary time. And you add the administrative costs, the regulatory costs, the bureaucratic costs. Whereas an MCV, all of these people that are basically moving cargoes full time in the domestic trade come under no scrutiny whatsoever. It's a travesty because it is dangerous, and it belies the fact that risk mitigation lies at the heart of good governance in this country today. While that happens, it doesn't. And to extend it to the aviation industry when we have this great opportunity, and we've seen the complete bureaucratic failure during COVID, and there'll be more from the ITF on that tomorrow, I understand, Senator, to be able to not identify this has been a chronic political and bureaucratic failure is to be in denial at a negligent level. When your committee and the other COVID committees and the other, the inquiry into AMSA, for example, that identified chronic weaknesses, AMSA has become just a political arm of this government. It is no longer seen to be independent. It identifies even, you know, the maintenance of these crews that have been kept on ships for up to 14 months. AMSA was said the other day, well, that's just the minimum and it may go longer. Wage slavery is going on out there, and incarceration is going on out there, and temporary licences and the blind eye that's been sent to that is right at the heart of that negligence. And I would suggest to you, if it wasn't the government, almost criminal negligence, because there is much organised crime. This is the critical area of security for us, and we don't know what's going on. Secure investment, we want to have secure investment. We're committed to ongoing labour reform. We've reduced our crews down to some of the smallest in the world. We've multi-skilled them. But there needs to be a fiscal framework, Senators, so that people can invest with surety. The intention of the original Act on TLs was that they would only be awarded to people investing in Australian shipping. Sure, we need flexibility. We need it in cruise ships, but the exception shouldn't be the rule. The rule is an Australian industry protected from exploitation, protected from tax evasion, protected from wage slavery, protected from the holes of security. We've identified for many years, and it's just a risk, but ammonium nitrate is one of the largest cargoes shipped between Australian ports. Most of the time, Australian regulators don't know where it is or where it's at. So this negligence transforms itself over a long period of time into a blindness, because all they're doing is rationalising an industry predicated upon tax evasion in ships that cannot be regulated and where there can be no security checking. So there are fundamental flaws. Some of it is strategic that we're addressing. We need to rebuild our fuel security, and we need to be part of that transition to new forms of energy development and right at the leading end. And we're out there as part of that debate. And shipping is part about that debate. If you're going to be innovative, if we're genuinely going to use what's going for us, we've got plenty of wind and sun. We've got a fair bit of hydrogen, and a fair bit of that gets burned up in the centre, along with other forms of oxygen, Senator. But we need to put it to we need to put it to absolutely you know, the direct. We need to be leaders. And you can't rely on bludging on a failed international model for shipping and then take the high moral ground that we're about a new normal in this country. It's a conceit, it's nonsense, and it's negligent. And we need to have a proper review into where that's going. And I mean, we're happy, and you've been obliged us by bringing people from the US and Norway and Canada and New Zealand to be able to identify, take the spin out, identify what has to be done. And that's critical to what's going on. And I mentioned Canada on the way through there. So the other thing, of course, is the Maritime Labour Convention. I spent, and as young as I look, you wouldn't believe it, Senator, you know, I spent nearly 25 years at the ILO putting a Maritime Labour Convention into practice from the leadership of the International Seafarers, partly as president of the ITF, that we have an enforceable code that is supposed to protect seafarers in an industry where wage slavery and wage exploitation is rife. You know, it relied on port state control, and everybody's asleep at the wheel of AMSA. There is absolutely nothing to the MLC except lip service. Temporary licences aren't overseen. The Ombudsman isn't there to be seen. And at my last incursion, if I can put it that way, or engagement with one of the committees here, it had been identified that the Ombudsman, the Department of Transport and Infrastructure, whatever they call themselves these days, AMSA, nobody knows what's going on. There's no forensic approach to the awarding of that. They don't know the pay that's being paid. So we want a total review of the maritime crew visas. It's an exception, not a rule. They hasn't got an entitlement. They're here, including in cruise ships. They never go away. All that it is basically we're drawing and sucking out the marrow of an industry that has been corrupted internationally. So we see ships like what's happened in Mauritius. We're seeing this collapse and what it means. We're seeing cruise ships where people lie systemically because they know the regulators ashore will not catch them at their lives. Does anyone believe that there's no COVID aboard these ships coming in and out of Australia? Of course, that's nonsense when you see the levels overseas. What's happening, Senator, is that those ships aren't declaring, and no one has the resources, the gumption or the political will to go out there and expose what's going on. So, of course, it's another COVID cluster waiting to break out at any time. And there's nothing good about COVID, nothing good. But what it has starkly demonstrated was the abrogation of the responsibility of regulation of our critical industry of shipping by both state and particularly federal regulators, and the great danger and risk that it's exposed all Australians to, not only currently in health, but also in security in the longer run and the economy. So finally, Senator, I'd just like to say, look, I feel a bit, like, the Wailing Wall, in Jerusalem, when you pray for a better world, and it is very central, that area with to both Muslims and of course to Jewish, and to be able to hope and to work. Well, I'm a bit feel like the Wailing Wall here in Australia, but it's not a Wailing Wall, Senator. All I'm doing is bashing my head against a steel wall or a brick wall. And it's time, and thank you again for your leadership, it's time that the pandemic, firstly becomes the punctuation of how ill-prepared we are and how negligent the consistency of poor leadership has been in this country, not only the detriment of those seafarers, where 1 in 8 died in the Second World War, where we relied on industry building, Blackjack McEwen. It was bipartisan for generations after generations that COVID has given us the opportunity for us as a nation to go back and redevelop our shipping industry around best practice, about productivity, about best security, about sustainability and development. And in that post-COVID recovery phase, Senator, our economic, social and political future is central to taking back the coastal supply chain, crewing our blue highway with Australian seafarers and ensuring an island nation has the merchant shipping fleet that guarantees peace and prosperity and security going forward, just as it's done for generation after generation after generation since white occupation of this country. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Paddy, and I've had the pleasure of having many conversations with yourself and your officials over the years, in many forums, but I can really sense this frustration, and I get the banging the head against the wall because it does start hurting, and you've been doing this a lot longer than me. And the frustrating part is, what do we have to do to get somebody to actually listen to common sense rather than worry about whatever sponsorship's coming from a dinner that they may attend politically? You don't have to consult. You don't have to make any statement around that. But it is damn frustrating. And even more so now as we move into COVID, we're crying out loud. And I'd said earlier on, can someone, those minions in ministers' offices who get to have to listen to this, can they grab the Prime Minister or the ministers by their ears and for God's sake, give them a shake? What we're talking about here is the betterment of our nation. It's not just some quality that we've been in for the last 40 years because we've got nothing better to do. We talk about environmental, we talk about sustainability, we talk about employment, we talk about defence, for crying out loud. And I was just said earlier on, I have no fear of the flyback that will come here. If this was the sort of behaviour that was introduced into the Australian farming industry, could you imagine Minister McCormack's phone? It would explode in his pocket. He wouldn't even be able to get it out and tweet like he does every other 10 minutes about how much he loves rural and regional Australians. And I don't know what Australian seafarers or the Australian shipping industry has done to cop this vile backlash from elected officials that are sitting up there on $400,000 plus a year. I've had my rant, so I want to get to some questions, Pat. And I do want to ask you, Paul, some questions, and Jason, to you too. But Paddy, let's talk about the supply chain resilience, which is front and centre. You referred to the need to improve supply chain resilience. What would you regard as the most important actions that the Australian government could take to strengthen supply chain resilience, to reduce sovereign risk and improve national self-sufficiency?
Well, we've outlined each of those areas in our submission. Jason's going to make a statement in a second about qualifications. To answer your first question, the difference is now COVID has exposed political hypocrisy. And we're not going to rebuild the country from a recession and from the high unemployment unless we have integrated and transparent policies across the board. So those that exploited the fact that shipping was opaque and many Australians didn't see it, for what it was and didn't understand it, that can no longer happen. So Australia has to fit the template of shipping to the vision of rebuilding the nation. And that's why we've got this great opportunity. We know where the weaknesses are. Jason's going to say some things and make a statement on training. We have to develop vocationally at a time of high unemployment the opportunity to both create new jobs and also make sure that they're meaningful jobs within an industry that needs it. We need to review the MCV that is just a lie and a deceit and nothing else but a third world, it's the white shoe brigade's version to laissez-faire. They can do anything they want. And it's up to someone to prove the way slavery, which has been proved, or it's up to them to prove that they're incarcerated. They are incarcerated, 300,000 seafarers worldwide. It's up to, it used to be up to someone else to prove all of the risk. COVID has proved that. So the TO licence has to go, but we need to have flexibility and transparency. We always did. needs to be done from the primary purpose of maintaining and developing Australian ships. We need a core fleet. We need to be able to assist the refineries that do the oil, and we need to have coastal shipping. Even Professor Garnaut talking about hydrogen, that's going to need probably the shipping of ammonia. You know, and I'm just a dyslexic AB, you know, who knows very little about ammonia, other than I used to have to clean toilets out with it, you know, all the bilges. But the reality is it's now turning into something else, and it's turning into an opportunity will need to be ferried, and will be a sensitive and difficult cargo. And they're only simple examples about why we need to have a core strategic fleet. We need to have tankers. We need to be able to meet the needs for fertilisers. We need to secure ourselves against the abuses of ammonium nitrate. We need to do what we're saying and what politicians are saying to the public. They need to deliver on the jobs. They need to have regulation that's fair. Now, we've outlined we need to have a cruise ship that doesn't bludge off moving Australians, as we heard from the last speaker, between Australian ports. That's an Australian industry. It is in Canada. It is in the UK. It is in the US. It is everywhere else. Why should these that haven't policed themselves beyond regulation rely on the exploitation of seafarers in the industry internationally at the expense of Australians, and with the COVID bubble, hard enough to get into Queensland, you know? So the first places we're going to want to go when we can travel, I want to go over there and have a beer with you down the Esplanade, mate. You know, I want to go to Western Australia and maybe all of the members of the committee in a bipartisan drink. That's what I want to do at a safe social distance. And if we're not going to do that, we need to think about how to build our domestic tourism, not around exploitation, not around tax avoidance. We're going to build a bubble within an Australian industry. So we've carefully gone through those things in a measured fashion. You know, AMSA have to pull the digit and extract the digit and stop politicising the situation. For that's not their job, to be directed by political masters. They're a disgrace and an embarrassment to us long generations of Australian regulators that led the world at one stage with ships and shame. And now all they do is give lip service, you know, to all of the MLCs. Every now and then they hold a ship up and crow from the heavens, what a great job. Well, they're not doing a good job, and they need to be reviewed. And because we can't afford to have a political instrument where we need an independent regulatory instrument. So we've carefully gone through all of those things. We've documented them we have in the past. We listened to the alternate arguments, and we're prepared to accommodate reasonably what needs to be done to have a genuine partnership with business, with the government of the day, with the state governments, and that's all there in our appendices and our submission. Senator?
So, Paddy, let's come back to the strategic fleet, because I remember when the MUA, and along with John Blackmore, earlier on presented to Canberra the Running on Empty report. And we talked about the strategic fleet, and there were some announcements around that. And now we hear about hydrogen, now we hear about ammonia, and we hear about other opportunities. But Paddy, what would that fleet look like, and what does government need to do to establish a basic principle in this nation, as an island nation, to have our own strategic fleet for all the reasons that you mentioned earlier?
Because all we need is firstly that ships conform with the taxation and legislation of Australia. You know, if they operate within an Australian framework, they pay tax if they're moving cargo. That's number one. Number two, develop fiscal initiatives so that if someone goes into a tanker to assist in the rebuilding, say, of the local BP refinery that's under pressure, then they're able to invest with surety. Shipbuilding is expensive, ship chartering is expensive. There needs to be fiscal and charter surety within a competitive framework of tendering. That doesn't happen. All it is a rort, and it goes to the bottom. The biggest exploiters in town get it. They're here for a day and they're gone. So that needs to be done. It needs to be married with industry policy. There needs to be a government that actually wants to firstly identify that meeting our immediate needs through the use of hydrocarbons is done as cheaply and efficiently as possible. And that's not to send all of our crude oil up to Singapore and other refineries and then bring it all back and then redistribute it. That's to send it from the oil fields and the LNG fields that we own where we can contain and control. That means infrastructure investment. You've got to, just like pipelines, Senator, you've got to invest in long-term. All ships are long-term pipelines in this area, and they need to have sureties. There can't be gouging. There needs to be competitive tendering. And the government needs to give surety behind that this is an essential industry and that they will give surety to things. And we're talking about this because it is an essential industry. The price of LNG has gone through the roof again. Why is that? I mean, there's no reason for it to go through the roof. It's going through the roof because the big multinationals are gouging. They'll gouge any time that they want. They hide behind the fact that they control all of the supply chain, and there's nobody in this country that can whistle anything to change their mind. So we've got to be able to put in play a supervision and a regulatory supervision is that you don't bugger around with the national interest. And energy is the national interest for every Australian family, as well as every worker that wants to go into the rebuild industries, whether they be green steel or whatever it may be going forward, Senator. So it's not rocket science. All it is good macro and microeconomic, and that we're saying that we will deliver the surety and the labour productivity that is required. That's never been in question. We haven't had any industrial action in the Blue Water Fleet for decades. Those seafarers have gone to work backwards and forwards every day. You know what their reward was? Bringing in foreign seafarers in the middle of the night into Portland by Alcoa, dragging them out of their bunk, throwing them on the wharf in the middle of the night in what proved to be an illegal action. That's been their reward. So we need to learn. We're okay, we're seafarers, we'll shape up, you know, and we'll ship out again, and we don't hold a grudge. But people have got to start pulling their weight, not just the Australian working men and women that know and have been criminalised and abused for the last 30 years for no other reason than there's a cheaper level of labour exploitation and tax avoidance out there. Simple solution going forward, in my view, Senator.
And you're right, Paddy, it's not rocket science, and let's not leave BHP off, let BHP off the hook either. Because I met with the seafarers who were yanked out of their bunks over there, I think in Hong Kong, couldn't even ring the ITF, and even the incoming poor buggers that were being exploited, even asked if they leave the Aussie leave their boots there for them because they didn't have any. Anyway, that's just another one. But the Great Australian wouldn't do that, would they? Pig's ass, they wouldn't. Anyway,
1 in 8 Australian seafarers died on BHP ships during the war on the Iron Chieftain. It was a War Secrets Act. People never came home. They weren't to say anything because the Australian society would have gone into shock. Well, there was enough shock when they got a couple of mini subs in harbour, or they dropped some bombs on Darwin. They were out there murdering Australian merchant seamen one after the other. And BHP, I mean, they were party, you know, to the dismantling of cabotage on the last 2 ships. That's all. We only wanted to carry iron ore down, and blue scope, you know. I don't know who the monkey or who the organ grinder is there, but it is the monkey and the organ grinder. They work in cahoots. There's no defence there. They marched 2 crews of people that were the last legacy of moving the great BHP that was built on the back of working Australia, iron ore into steel, and they gratuitously and still running temporary licences, the imposters temporary licences, and then talk about environmental and social and governance, how good they are. Like they did a good job in Brazil, didn't they, when all that indigenous communities, I mean, they're not Australian. They don't care about Australian. They don't care about Australian seafarers. They care about the big dollar. And the one thing about COVID, Senator, there's going to be no hiding place from the electorate. The electorate want companies and governments and unions and workers, and we'll deliver. They want them to deliver to rebuild their lives out of the great travesty of COVID. And for one, we'll be standing up alongside politicians like you to make sure that happens. Senator.
Thank you, Paddy. Now, I want to run one more past you. You did touch on this in your opening statement before I go to Paul and to Jason. And we know, I'm aware of the Sunday Telegraph article, and you did touch on that about the visas, the exploitation of the MVC. So, but Paddy, what we did hear last year in Canberra when we heard from our mate Jim Gibbon and the Canadian system, and I've had the privilege, as you know, to go to Canada and meet with Jim and meet with his officials, meet with his members, meet with government members and government officials, how successful a system that is over there, where Canadian seafarers, first front of mind, understand that there must be flexibility. They get that, but there's rules around that if there's a Canadian crew, a Canadian will be called to work on those ships plying trade along their own coastline. Gold model. Paddy, would the Canadian model fix up a lot of the ills with the exploitation and corruption of the visa system we have here in Australia?
Well, it'll be better than what we got now, Senator, which is bugger all, just a free fall. I mean, you have to tailor it. We've got a very large coastline and a variety of industries in that coastline, but fundamentally, yes, that's right. There needs to be flexibility, but there needs to be surety underpinning that. If the surety is there and we're developing the skills, it's not a matter of cost anymore. The risk far outlays the cost, and most of the cost, the differential between Australian labour or Canadian labour or US labour and international shipping lies in the fact that the slave labour wages and conditions, and secondly, that they don't pay any taxation or corporate taxation. Now, you could set up any business in this country or in Canada and on the basis you don't have to pay tax. Pretty good business model. So why are they allowed to have a business model like that in Australia in shipping but not other industries? And of course, that tied with the ability. So you've got to facilitate the tax exploitation. This is what I'm saying. This is it's either criminality or negligence. Or criminal negligence, like it's so negligent to the stage that it should be a crime. That to facilitate tax evasion, they've got to have a laissez-faire approach to crew visas so that anyone can come and anyone can go anytime they want. And see, what found them out was COVID. It exposed it, and the fact that it is a rort put together by the international ship owners, lobbying in Canberra, and continue to revisit the great lie that this is good for the economy. It's not good for the economy. It's a great lie, and the risk of that lie is going through the roof. So, of course, we've never said, and they misrepresent our position, we want a closed coast. We know that Australian industries' needs have to be met. All we need to do is have a reasonable overview like they got in Canada and accountability to make sure there's no gouging, to make sure that there is productivity in supply chain delivery, to make sure that the industries that rely on shipping are facilitated first, second and third by us, by taxation, by access to ports. And, the Prime Minister today said, we need to have infrastructure in ports. Well, he should have mentioned there needs to be infrastructure in ships that service those ports, particularly between Australian cities and towns. See, this is the thing. We're in a different format now, Senator, this committee, because COVID has exposed their great lies and negligences. And we have been consistent. And not only us, it's not an industrial agenda, Australian ship owners, Australian shippers. You've heard from so many scientists, defence people. How can the Navy operate? Are they going to operate on the basis of a Panamanian vessel under national security? You know, and in your worst case scenario, China, that's, you know, the Prime Minister's pretty good at punching them in the nose. You know, my observations, that they're pretty good at responding as well. Are we going to rely on Chinese shipping and Chinese-controlled shipping to move cargoes between Australian ports? Because they're one of the big owners and controllers of ships. So there has to be an extension in political logic and accountability. It doesn't end with rhetoric. It doesn't end with anti-shipping rhetoric. It begins now with people that want to have a secure supply chain. And I think this time round, Senator, your hard work and the other hard work of all the senators is going to get through because it has to. COVID isn't going to go away. There is a new Australia wanting to be rebuilt. That's what the Australian electorate want, and they'll be voting for people that deliver it, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Paddy. One thing I'll let you go because I do want to get to Paul and the one thing you have overall is consistent, and I can categorically say without any fear of retribution, the MUA have always said they support and they know they need flexibility. So, you know, no one can ever say otherwise.
Well, it was 1 in 8 of our members that died during the Second World War, just the same as it was engineers and officers. I go up, there was the ship up in that went down carrying the Noongar that went off Smoky Cape, carrying BHP, listen to this, BHP cargo out of Newcastle, carried by Australian National Lines, owned by the Australian taxpayer, went aground the deck boys' first trip off Southwest Rocks. All hands were lost except 2. And, you know, we had a reminder with all of the families that my union and many other unions brought their children up, put them through university. There was 100 or 150 generations of Australians whose parents, fathers, died with a BHP cargo on an Australian-owned ship. You know, BHP and A&L couldn't be bothered to turn up on the 50th anniversary. See, we want a different Australia. We want an Australia where shipping is fundamental to us as a shipping nation. We want companies that respect that those people that died in the Second World War on ships like the Noongar aren't forgotten and are as much a part of the future as they were in the past. It's a pretty simple ask, Senator.
Thank you, Paddy. Now, I do want to go to Paul, and good to see you, Paul. COVID's kept us apart, and that means working together a lot closer around the nation, but thanks for coming along, mate, and availing yourself today. So a couple of questions, Paul. What is your seagoing work experience and qualification? I do want to get that on the record.
No, fair enough. I started out, I suppose, come from a family of generations of maritime workers and grew up around Sydney Harbour. My experience sort of leave school and work on charter vessels, so working on the 4-hour booze cruises, as they were called, and the innocuous ones on Sydney Harbour, and then being fortunate to land a job working on tugboats after working on other small ferries. And I spent many years working on tugboats on Sydney Harbour and Port Botany, and also had opportunity to sail both up and down the East Coast, towing ships and barges, and also had opportunity to sail internationally and again interstate doing delivery voyages for tugboats in my employment when I was on the water.
So, Paul, I think we can dig a bit deeper. You weren't the only one. There were a number, many Australian seafarers, masters, officers. Can you give us a rundown on when you first started, the opportunity for young men, predominantly young men, and now young men and women, unfortunately nowhere near enough young Australians as we'd want to see. But what were the opportunities? How many ships were there? You could leave school and become what? Tell us a bit more, mate.
Well, you could leave school and disappoint your parents by not going to university and go and get a good job on Sydney Harbour, because there was plenty of opportunities there, whether it was working on the small tugs or the lines boats or the charter vessels. There was opportunities, I know, locally working on the ferries or Hegarty's ferries. But if you go up and down the coast, there was a number of the same situations in that small vessel opportunity to get your tickets. And being in New South Wales, we had probably the tightest regulation, so that when you started, you needed to have what at the time was known as the pre-sea qualification. You had to do your 4 weeks at TAFE. You had to get your firefighting training. You had to go and jump in the pool at the Qantas Jet Base or somewhere else and get your understanding there of survival at sea. But once you'd done so, that there was a good opportunity there to work, and it was secure work. Now, there were charter vessels on Sydney Harbour, but a number of those charter vessels also had permanent employment and ongoing employment. And that was replicated in a number of ports around Australia where you could leave. You could see secure work. You had to get your tickets. And when I left school, it was pushed very heavily to not only get your tickets as a general purpose hand, but then get all your masters. And you'd have to do your sea time to do that. But the opportunity was there through these companies to progress through the ranks in a properly regulated and structured process of qualifications.
Well, Paul, let's talk about that. What did you have to do to become a GPH?
Well, for myself,
yeah.
Sorry, for myself, it was a 4-week tech course. So they taught you elementary seamanship. They taught you about the vessels. Again, you had to go and do your firefighting ticket and your first aid ticket and your survival at sea. And you had to be fully conversant with those qualifications. You had to come out with an understanding of what a vessel was and what it can do. You had to have an understanding of what it was to steer. You had to be able to steer under watch. You had to do all your road work and have a proper understanding of the functions as a general purpose hand. You couldn't just fake it till you made it. You actually had to know the job.
And not only that for your own safety, but the safety of your fellow crewmen as well.
Well, if you're working on board a vessel, depending which part you work, you might be in the ferry industry where you can have up to 1,100 passengers on board, or the towage industry where you're towing 100,000 tonne ships, or you might be working on bunker barges, which I admitted I also worked on, where you're moving 1,500 tonne of fuel every time you do a load. So there was plenty of risk there if you're unskilled, and having the benefit of proper training and tuition was important when you stepped on board the vessel.
So, Paul, how long in your time, in the good old days, if I can say that, when Australians did care for Australian, hang on, I'll rephrase that, when Australian politicians actually recognised that we needed a strategic fleet and qualified seafarers and officers and engineers. So how long did it take you to get your GPH?
For me, it was for the domestic ticket. It wasn't a seagoing one, but the domestic ticket was a 4-week training time at TAFE. And then there was, of course, when you stepped on board the vessel, a fair bit of competency-based training once you actually entered into the industry.
So it was gained over many months or years. Would that be fair to say? You didn't get the Weedy box?
No, you didn't just get in there simply. You had to go through a process of training and then training once you're in the industry as well. It wasn't a 5-minute job.
So, Senator, the problem with the GPH is that it may be relevant to domestic shore, but it's not to international shipping. And that's the reason that Jason's been to the Antarctic on numerous occasions with Ian Bray, and we're part of now we're very concerned now the new Antarctic ship is coming in, there's no Australian seafarers on it, the interim one. So I just like to differentiate between the GPH issue, which is one of sort of close in port, as opposed to Jason, who was going to make a statement about what's happening in that vocational area, partly with AMSA's cognizance. And I would just suggest that perhaps it could go to Jason and then come back and answer questions to both Paul and Jason.
And I will, because I'm not going to shoo you off. I want to finish. We're not going to, we've got a dead set stop time of 12. That's not going to happen. I'm going to take the time to get all the questions I need to. So no fear. So Jason, welcome, mate. Good to see you. Haven't seen you for ages. Welcome to the formal committee part of the process. So first, Jason, perhaps give you the intro there, mate. You tell me what I need to hear, what the committee needs to hear, mate, on the training.
Firstly, thanks, Senator Stell and the senators for the opportunity to appear. I'll give you a bit of background. I first went to sea in 1988 as a young Tasmanian for approximately 19 years. During my seagoing career, I gained the qualifications in IR by completing a certificate in marine operations, and also as a second mate by completing a diploma in applied science. Over that time, I sailed on various vessels in the different industry sectors of blue water shipping, offshore oil and gas, and towage. Since I've left the sea and taken up the role I'm currently in, I've seen a decline in the safety and training requirements for Australian seafarers. When I went to sea, Australian seafarers were renowned for being the best trained in the world. Now we meet the minimum international requirements set through international conventions for regulated Australian vessels, and Paul will touch on the domestic commercial vessels. But due to meeting international minimum requirements, the training has been reduced in regards to the time you spend at college, but also the sea time component. There's a number of reasons, obviously cost. The more training you do and the more sea time you have to gain, it becomes at a cost. But also there was a skill shortage that was reduced. In my current role, I've got responsibility for approximately 20 ships that trade to and from and within Tasmania, and they can be categorised as, I think there's 9 approximately that are regulated Australian vessels, 3 or 4 that are foreign flagged vessels with Australian crew, and the remainder domestic commercial vessels. The reality is, since the introduction of the national law, we've seen a decline in the requirements of what are international minimum requirements of RAVs, Regulated Australian Vessels, but also under the National Law and Domestic Commercial Vessel Act, what was administered before it was administered nationally by AMSA, by states, that were generally vessels that operate in sheltered and enclosed and near coastal waters, a decline in the requirements to the extent that I've got examples that the local butcher that joined the John Digan, a vessel that trades between Tasmania, King Island and Victoria, joined that vessel as part of the crew with no qualifications, no experience, and met the requirement. Under the DCV Act, there isn't minimum requirements in regard to manning, minimum safe manning set by a regulator. That's done under a risk assessment of the owners in regards to the qualifications needed, which could be a mix of competencies and, people off the street with no qualifications or formal qualifications. I believe it's a safety issue, and I use the analogy of what's occurring when we leave it up to ship owners, and there's some ship owners that are good, but there's some that are not so good. When they determine manning requirements, operational requirements, hours of work not set by international requirements, it's a disaster waiting to happen. And in the extent, I use the analogy, it'd be like putting a learner driver or a non-licensed driver behind the wheel of a B-double on the road and expecting them to take control from someone that's, got, the certificate, but is asleep in the passenger seat. So I'd start with that and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Jason. So let me just get this straight. We've got, am I right, that we have fully experienced, fully trained, fully capable Australian seafarers who cannot get a job on a vessel, an Australian flag vessel or Australian crewed vessel, no, Australian flag vessel, because there are under-trained, under-skilled others being employed?
In the domestic commercial vessels, that's correct, but obviously as a decline of the Australian merchant fleet, we have a number of unemployed seafarers because of that decline.
So let's get it right out on the table, Jason, in your experience, mate. And I have no sympathy. I say it as it is, mate, the greedy ship owners, ably backed up by an incompetent AMSA on this case, and AMSA are listening, don't worry, they'll come and tell me all sorts of wonderful things that are going on. But let's go to the root of all evil, because bureaucracy, bureaucracy runs this country, that's what they say. Ministers don't have the intestinal fortitude to stand up and actually minister. But while there is this ability for Australian politicians to take their $500,000 of their 400,000 packages and call themselves ministers that do not give a fat rat's backside about what happens offshore, and when I'm talking offshore, I'm not talking the blue fleet, right? The deep water stuff, plying the vessels around our nations, mate. How the hell can we fix this? What do we need to do, Jason?
Well, the reality is, we need vessels that meet international requirements, minimum international requirements, the RAVs of the like, etc., and to give opportunity where they are regulated by safety and requirements in regards to qualifications, etc., and not, just open it up to qualified, unscrupulous operators to have to compete with those RAVs. The reality is the vessels that trade in Bass Strait are regulated. They opt to be a regulated Australian vessel, but could go back to being a domestic commercial vessel, and then the ship owner determines all those requirements of crew qualifications, manning, safety regimes, etc.
Well, this will be a question I'll throw open to all of you. And I had the pleasure, I was invited to go to get out of my comfort zone because I'm a truckie, not a seafarer, but I was invited onto one of the toll ships, I think the Toll Tasman, to go down overnight. But the best part about that is I couldn't wait to do it because I actually got to talk and sit down and meet with the skipper, the deck officers, the seafarers, your members, this fully trained crew, and they tell me that's right. That toll also, I'm not on the toll bandwagon, don't belt me up, but they're doing it. They're doing it with Australians. They're paying the right money, as are some others. How do we differentiate? But how can they do it but others don't? Or why? There we go. I'll throw at you, Paddy.
Well, toll's run by seafarers, and it's been a traditional seafaring, it's an accepting of STCW, safety training and certification of watchkeepers, and they don't try to cut corners on it. That's the international standard for international seafarers. The Australian standard is higher because we embrace much smaller crews, and so we multi-skilled what were able seafarers with engine room ratings to develop a more productive rating, and that would lower the cost to the Australian ship owners. Now, they've been consistent and legitimate because they understand that STCW standards are absolutely essential in a body of water like the Bass Strait. There's more ships being lost in the Bass Strait than you back losers, Senator Searle, and probably me as well. It is one of the most dangerous waterways in the world, and so they're obliging themselves to the standard, but it's not being imposed in them. Others, as indicated by Jason and Paul, they can opt out, thanks to AMSA's largesse, into a domestic DCV and apply a much lower standard. And this is one of the travesties. When you talk to AMSA, they say, oh, well, that was all done to bring up the standard of fisheries, because we've got a very, very poor history in this country of any competency or certification of fishers and fishery vessels. There's been more deaths, in the pearl industry, from Western Australia. It is an absolute travesty where young Australian working men and women and backpackers go in and out. There's no protection. There's no occupational health and safety. It is laissez-faire. You know, it's a bit like what happens at any boat ramp in Australia on a weekend. If you've got a boat, you go out and do your best, you know. And so what happens was, their argument was that they were trying to put through the GPH a better standard for an industry that was unregulated. And because they're all asleep at the wheel, that crew down there, they've now opened what is an inferior, a grossly inferior certificate that was a starting point in tinny to tanker, they called it in those days, a little tinny all the way up to tanker. And it's been a disgraceful abrogation of oversight. And now what you're finding is that these GPHs, as indicated by both Paul, and not only is the GPH been watered down somewhat itself, it's now applying to an area of safety training and certification of watchkeepers that can only end up in injury, loss of life, and maybe even loss of vessels. And AMSA don't give that rats that you referred to. And when you go down there and ask them, all they do is put out the same old doggerel about what they intended to do or what was intended, and that they've effectively diluted the standards of seafaring in this country underneath STCW. I say it here, AMSA, you're a joke at the IMO. You've had a long generations of regulation where we were proud to lead the world. You're a joke at the IMO because you've watered down the certification of Australian seafarers exactly the same as you failed in your port state control overview of the MLC. And you want to hang your heads in shame.
There you go, AMSA, because we'll hear from you after the break. Now, my last question, I can't let this one go, gentlemen, to all of you. Very keen to get your views. But you picked it with me, Paul, because you said you did work on bunkering, on the domestic fuel. Now, you would be absolutely shocked, gentlemen, to know that the fuel companies are dodging us. Absolute shock. I know that, the foreign-owned fuel companies. You'd be absolutely shocked. They wanted the Australian Petroleum Institute to do their spruiking for them. And God almighty, we only gave them 2 weeks or 3 weeks notice, but we've been working on it for the last 8-9 months. Then all of a sudden today, that they're too busy, but they love to work with me. So the Australian Petroleum Institute, I don't want to talk to you. You've already painted your colours. I know where you stand. You're more worried about foreign dollars and foreign opportunities from your foreign members. So let's talk a little bit about what has happened to this great nation where we used to cart our fuel around our coast. Give me a rundown.
Well, the answer is we did. We had, I think 17 years ago when I first came into office, we had the same Spirit in the Broadwater, and the Palmerston and the Barrington and the Karratha Spirit. And we've got the Dampier Spirit just about to fix up. We've had mobile ships. A number of ships now just finished up. There was great opportunity on Sydney Harbour. There was a number of bunkering opportunities which has ceased. Every opportunity to move tankers around the coast has wound up and has now been replaced. There's still a need for fuel to move. There's still a need for fuel in Australia. There's still a need for avgas. But we've closed the refineries and now relied on ships bringing in bunkers from Singapore and overseas. So those ships which employed Australian seafarers, which had opportunity and great amounts of employment, have now stopped. And they've been replaced by ships with foreign flags. And there's seafarers there today looking for employment that are ready to crew those ships and do that work that needs to be done, Senator.
See, the thing, Senator, when you look at gas, we've got most of the gas in the world, except we pay a premium of about 30% on anyone that buys our Australian gas. I thank Martin Ferguson for that. The deregulation of the LNG industry made it laissez-faire for speculative investment, and contracts were signed that are available to our trading, some of them in competition with us, where we can't secure all of that gas and channel it back into, making of aluminium, for example. Many other industries, that rely heavily on power. And it's the same with fuel security. We let ourselves down with gas. We built all of those gas facilities, you know, in Queensland, massive terminals and infrastructure, but there's no industry policy sitting behind it. We've got all of this energy, but it's not being redirected back into industry policy. So there's a disjoiner there, that we're not connecting vertically and horizontally all of the commodity advantages of the country, our sovereign wealth, owned by the taxpayers. There's no overview. We're selling it off at whatever commodity rate that anyone wants to get at any time, and then the market's coming back and basically leveraging, gouging off the fact that they control the market. It's very simple. It's chronic economic management failure at the highest possible level, and left us in a situation, there's no arguments, the Morrison government doesn't argue. We haven't got enough gas in this country to keep the place going for more than a week or two in an emergency. We haven't got it. And you know what they're talking about? Oh, well, we'll get it in from the United States. What, in flag of convenience vessels? You know, come on, it's a joke. And everybody knows it's a joke, and everyone party to that joke, including probably your next speakers, need to give themselves an uppercut and start standing up for what regulation means in this country and what their real professional responsibility and values are. And all that energy demonstrates to the world that one of the highest producers of hydrocarbon in the world can't keep the lights going.
Well, thank you, Paddy. Now, I will have to wind up, but I want to leave you, gentlemen. So, Paddy, thank you, Paul and Jason. And I'll leave you with this. I was enjoying an evening one evening a year or two ago with a dear friend of ours, Mick, when Mick jokingly said to me, but it wasn't funny, and he didn't mean it to be funny. He said, "You know what, Glenn, there were more Australian ships in the First Fleet than what we've got now." I'll let everyone ponder that one. How embarrassing is that? Paddy, thank you so much. Paul, Jason, take care. I know where to find you should we need to follow up. Now, we do have scheduled a break, but what I might do, I will take the break because I want to give the opportunity for not only broadcasting, but also Jerry. Let's stretch our legs. So can I just say for 10 minutes, give everyone an opportunity, and then we'll come back and hear from AMSA. Okay, 10 minutes, so that'll take us to 1:25 Eastern Standard Time. Thanks, everyone. Safety Authority, being AMSA via teleconference, and the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, being the ATSB, via videoconference. So again, I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. For the Hansard record, if you could please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today. I see you, Mr. Hood. Hello.
Senator Stell, g'day. I'm Chief Commissioner Greg Hood of the Australian Transport Safety Bureau. I'm also the current chair of the International Transport Safety Association. And with me I have Colin, McNamara, Chief Operating Officer of the Australian Transport Safety Bureau.
Sorry, Mr. McNamara. Hello. Very hard to hear.
All right, we'll move the microphone a bit closer.
Yeah, try again, just so we get it all right for Hansard. It might only just be me, because I'm at the end of the line over here in the west, maybe.
And Senator, it's also Stuart McLeod, Director of Transport Safety at the ATSB.
Hello, Mr. McLeod. Mr. McNamara, hello. And hello, Mr. Hood. Okay, all right, gentlemen. Well, you've been given an opportunity to hear the previous contribution, and I have no doubt that you may want to address all that. I've got some questions for you, but look, let's go to opening statements, if you wish to make them. And if not, we'll jump straight into questions. Over to you, gentlemen.
Sorry, so did you want to go to AMSA as well? Or,
I toss a coin, whoever wants to go first.
Brief opening statement about ATSB. You care to hear it, Senator?
You've got an opening statement, Mr. Hood?
Very small one.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, thank you. Senators, we welcome the opportunity to address the inquiry. Our mission is to improve transport safety for the greatest public benefit through our independent investigations and influencing safety action. We do this across the three modes of transport for which we have responsibility: aviation, rail and interstate and overseas shipping. We do not have the same broad jurisdiction as AMSA for shipping. Our role for conducting systemic no-blame safety investigations does not clearly extend to intrastate shipping or domestic commercial vessels. Nonetheless, the lessons learned from investigating interstate and overseas shipping can be applied broadly. Our investigations recently have highlighted risks with crews adapting to the use of electronic charts, collisions between large training vessels and smaller vessels, and the effective disruption to normal routines and changes in workloads for crews on short voyages. All of our investigations are published on the website and promoted through media channels. The safety messaging is available to regulators and industry associations to promote shipping safety. So I have these representatives with me today, Senator, and we stand ready to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Tremendous. AMSA, there are they? Where's AMSA?
Senator, yes, AMSA is here, and just for the Hansard, if we introduce ourselves, this is Mick Kinley, the Chief Executive Officer.
Sachi Wimmer, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer.
And Allan Schwartz, the General Manager, Operations.
Okay, sorry, I can't see you on the screen, so that's why I was a bit lost there, so no worries. All right, now, Mr. Kinley, would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator, and again, a short one, and again, we've made a submission to the previous incarnation of this inquiry, and we gave evidence back in March 2019. Again, there was some confusion then about the responsibilities of AMSA, so I just again reiterate that we are a statutory authority given functions under the AMSA Act, and we administer certain acts, most notably the Navigation Act 2012 and the Maritime Safety Domestic Commercial Vessels National Law Act 2012. We don't administer the Coastal Trading Act, maritime crew visas or those kind of issues. From our perspective, the global shipping industry is under pressure at the moment due to the impacts of COVID, particularly on the repatriation of crews. But COVID has also reminded us once again of the importance of
We've lost you, Mr. McKinley.
I hope that doesn't mean all the questions are for the ATSB, Senator.
Yeah, well, I'll have to make a few up to take up the time now. So while we've lost AMSA, okay, it's bad enough defence didn't damn well turn up with the right people. But anyway, I'm sure this is just a glitch in technology, not just a snub. All right, well, look, what we might do, Mr. Hood, I'll go to ATSB, and Jerry, I'll be guided by you. If we find Mr. McKinley, that would be good, because I do have a number of questions. Firstly, Senator McDonald, do you have any questions for the ATSB? Because I do. Nope, she's just probably unmuting. So look, I'll go to it because time is against us. So Mr. Hood, to you and to your officers, can you tell us what is the benefit of an ATSB investigation and report, and what can it contribute to safety regulation?
So, Senator, we're independent. We're set up that way so that we also can criticise government policies if we consider that that's appropriate. We have significant powers to acquire evidence from witnesses and from others that may be involved in serious incidents and accidents. And we take a systemic view. So we don't only look at what happens in an accident, but we go back behind that and looking at the why. And that includes, of course, any contributing factors from regulators, whether that be CASA, AMSA, or the Office of Natural Rail Safety Regulation.
And if certain sectors of Australia's industries have their way, you might be doing road transport too. That'll keep you busy. If that...
Yeah, we certainly, as I think we talked at the last estimates, we certainly have the capability to expand if there is a change in policy in government, and we put a submission into the recent Productivity Commission review into the 2011 COAG reforms, and that report, as I understand it, is to be tabled before the Parliament in the coming weeks.
All right, now I'll come back to shipping. Excuse me. Can you give me some examples, Mr. Hood, of ATSB reports leading to specific safety improvements in shipping?
I'll throw that one to Mr. McLeod, Director of Transport Safety. We have a number of those.
Senator, so I suppose just by way of illustration, we had a look through. So as far as numbers go, there was 32 investigations done in the last 5 years, marine specific. And I suppose just as a frame of reference on that, as far as notifications go, we get of the order of about 250 notifications a year. Moving up in recent times to closer to 500, and we have the resources to investigate around seven investigations a year. So looking at the last 7 that we've done, they've identified 10 safety issues, which, as Mr. Hood said, is really looking at the systemic aspects of things. So that covers aspects such as the electronic chart display information system use of, so electronic systems versus paper systems and the traps associated with that. Quite a few of the investigations have identified deficiencies in safety management systems, so really around the risk assessment, those sorts of things. That's a very common thing that comes through. Other aspects include tug usage and that sort of thing, towage, inadequate tugs in a lot of circumstances. Also things down to what we could really best be described as kind of work health and safety type elements around use of scaffolding, those sorts of things, use of fall arrest equipment, those sorts of things on vessels. So that's a bit of a summary, I suppose, of the last 10 that we've looked at and give you a bit of an indication of the areas that we've made improvement. And the only point I'd make around that, again, in terms of our role of influence in safety action, so the safety action that came out of these identified issues was such that we were able to get proactive action from companies principally around this without the need for recommendations, which is our preference. So it's really part of a key role for ourselves is engagement on these issues and resolution of them by safety action, and that was achieved in all of those cases, with the exception of one that we just have open at the moment. Because of the technology involved, it's essentially on a monitor with anticipation once that's complete, we'll close that one off.
So, okay, but have we, so I take it that we haven't had something where we've gone out and changed legislation because of an ATSB investigation and report. You've been able to do
Not in these examples, Senator. I'm not aware of one. That was something that we have to check for. We have got 2 major investigations underway that you'd probably be aware of from the media, Senator. One is on the fire on board the Iron Chieftain, and that investigation is all but complete and will be published within a month and a half or so. And that's the conveyor belt which caught on fire in the hold of the ship while it was unloading at Port Campbell. So that's a significant report, and there is a potential that could influence some legislative action in relation to firefighting. The other one is the loss of the containers off the ship, the APL England, once again off Sydney. I think about 40 containers. The ship in heavy seas off Sydney, and she then steamed north to Brisbane, and we've got a major investigation looking at why those containers disappeared off the side of the ship, because if you've read our recent reports, it's not the first time this has happened in Australian waters.
Yes, I'm aware of that incident, and that's going to ruffle a few feathers in other parts of the economy as well. When someone decides they want to pick them up, I get all that, so that's underway. Just out of curiosity, how long ago was the fire on the Iron Chieftain?
Just get to the date, Senator. And I'll get it for you very shortly.
18th of June 2018.
18th of June 2018.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Can you describe your jurisdiction to investigate maritime incidents and fatalities? And what are the restrictions on your ability to investigate incidences on vessels?
So just to set a little bit of background, set in 2011, COAG met and they agreed on commercial vessel safety. They agreed with the principle that Australia needs an independent transport safety investigator in the maritime space. What they didn't agree on is how that would be funded. So in our current set of transport safety regulations, we're not required to take domestic commercial vessel reports because we're not required to investigate domestic commercial vessels. So the kind of work that we're currently involved in from a policy perspective is what you referred to earlier as the deep water vessels and interstate vessels.
I have my views on that, but anyway, that's another story. So how do you think we could change this to improve the system? Do you have a view without asking you a hypothetical or trying to set you up for a smack in the ear from the Minister's office?
That's right. As I said, Senator, if there is a will to change basically the government policy, we certainly have the capability, and we have the people that are capable of investigating a wide range of incidents and accidents. It's the same as the heavy vehicle sector, but obviously that would come at a resource cost.
And a funding argument around it, I would assume too. But you've got the capability, you've got the personnel.
Yes, currently we have 46 investigators to do aviation, rail and marine serious incidents and accidents across Australia.
All right, Mr. Hood, do you have a sense of how many fatalities and accidents take place on vessels that operate intrastate in Australia as compared to interstate vessels that you can investigate?
No, Senator, I haven't got that information.
Would you have that you could probably find for us later, or it's just something you don't keep?
We've got access because those sorts of fatalities on, for example, on domestic commercial vessels are not required to be reported to us. AMSA may have that information.
All right.
And I recall that you advised me how many people lost their lives in heavy vehicle accidents, so that one's stuck in my brain.
Yes, too many. Okay, if the ATSB does not investigate these incidents and fatalities, who does?
So obviously the operators themselves would have investigation procedures. AMSA may choose to conduct a regulatory investigation. But apart from that, I'm not sure that there's any other agency that's specifically tasked with that. Some of the state transport authorities, I recall that the Diane, the fishing vessel that was lost off the Queensland coast, I think there were a number of investigations done by the state transport authorities in that state at that time. Yeah, because I know there's some, you don't need to comment, but there are some absolute gaping holes here, and it just strengthens the argument that someone needs to take control, someone needs to be funded properly, someone needs to be resourced properly, and it just makes sense if we're talking about incidences and accidents and deaths. We set it up for failure when there's, my view, when there are too many fingers there's not enough fingers in the damn pie. So yeah, okay, right. Now, with these ones that do the like state departments and owners of vessels or whatever, do you believe that they're able to offer advice on improving maritime safety, or do they have no connection with you at all? No, we really haven't got a connection with that end of the market. We obviously touch base with them. For example, we've investigated a number of near collisions or collisions between fishing vessels and larger vessels at night. I think we published one that left Port Phillip Bay recently and had a close encounter or a brush, if you like, alongside a large vessel. And we obviously interviewed the crews, but kind of that's the only relationship that we currently have with that market.
So just for my own information here, does your boundary stop at 200 nautical miles out from the coast? Is that your fence?
No, actually, it doesn't, because just to clarify Mr. Wood's previous response, you asked about our jurisdiction, and that jurisdiction includes overseas shipping involving Australian registered ships anywhere in the world, foreign ships in Australian waters, and foreign ships on route to Australian ports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it does go broader than just, I think, 200 nautical miles.
Okay, thank you. So if there is an incident on a foreign ship 200 miles outside of Australia's Commonwealth waters, you still have jurisdiction to investigate if it's on its way to Australia?
Yeah, by definition, if it's on the route to Australia, yes.
Have you had a few?
Senator, the primacy of it, it also depends on the flag. So the flag state actually has primacy for investigation as well.
Oh, so tell me more about that, please, Mr. McLeod. What does that actually mean?
So the way my understanding of it is, and may need to get more info for you on this, is that under the international laws, as far as investigation, primacy for that in terms of investigation of the incident, the nation in which the vessel is actually flagged has primacy to investigate. That doesn't mean it can't be delegated to others, and that has parallels with aviation, which is the same as well. There's a hierarchy in terms of investigation, but that's essentially as much as I can tell you at the moment. If you need further, we can get that for you.
So if it's registered in Panama, for example, and there's a fatality on board and it's inbound to Australia, you might understand is Panama has first dibs. Sometimes we're unable to contact the flag state or the appropriate people in the flag state, in which case we will investigate fatality on board.
Okay, well, look, I'll get you to take it on notice because I'd really be interested to see what the rules are around that. And of course, when I think about that, it takes me all back to the Sage Sagittarius, which we're all very mindful of. I mean, you guys didn't do the investigation on that, did you?
No,
there was a seafarer died coming into the port of Gladstone, I think it was, if I'm right. And then there was one overboard. Do you remember that, Captain Salas, Sage Sagittarius? I don't think you did. No, you did. So I'd be interested why because that happened in our waters. Anyway, you can take that on. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Hood, Mr. McLeod, Mr. McNamara. Senator McDonald, do you have any questions of the ATSB?
No, look, thank you very much, gentlemen, for presenting. I don't. I was following Senator Sterle's line of questioning with interest, and I look forward to your questions on notice as well. But no, thank you, Chair. I don't have any additional questions.
All right. Thanks very much, Senator McDonald. Now, gentlemen, is there anything else you wish to add before I let you go? Because not that you're not important, you are when there's an accident, but I do want to see if we've found AMSA. So do you wish to add anything else, Mr. Hood?
Nothing. Thanks for the opportunity to appear. It's been a very interesting day actually monitoring the speakers that you've had at this inquiry, and I've learned a lot this morning about hydrogen and all sorts of stuff. So
exciting. It's exciting, isn't it? Before I do let you go, and I don't know about Senator McDonald, but you're a bit blurry on my screen, and there's a photo behind you, and it's creepy. It looks like Senator Erica Betts, but who is it?
No, you can rest assured it's not Senator Betts. It's actually Dr. Rob Lee, who was also head of this agency for some time, and he passed away recently. And we're sitting in the Dr. Rob Lee room, and his photo is adorning the wall behind me.
Okay, thank you. And I know I'll get away with that because Senator Betts' office is opposite mine, and we say good morning to each other every day on our way to battle. All right, thanks very much. So, Mr. Wood, Mr. McNamara, Mr. McLeod, thank you. Take care. And I'll go back to Jerry. Have we tracked down AMSA?
They should be on the line, Senator.
All right, Mr. McKinley, are you there?
Yes, Senator, we're here, and apologies for dropping out earlier.
You know what? I hate this technology because it's so hard to be personal. Is that the word, personal?
I thought we would use the phone because it's usually more reliable, but turns out I was wrong.
Right, no worries, Mr. McKinley. Now, you were halfway through your brief opening statement when we lost you. So I'll come back to you with the opportunity to finish that before we go to questions.
Thanks, Senator. And really, I just wanted to say that we have got a lot of people working hard around Australia at the moment with ship owners, agents, the other Commonwealth agencies, And I particularly wanted to give a shout out to the state of Queensland for, in our view, certainly being the best state for allowing crew repatriations and transfers to take place. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Now, you would have heard the earlier contribution, and I've known Paddy, Mr. Crumlin, for many, many years, and he's very, very frustrated. We have had our fair share of interlocutory debates over the years. Did you wish to clarify or change, or answer some of the concerns raised by the MUA in their submission or in their presentation?
Certainly, Senator, and I noted Paddy's views. And I've also known Paddy for many, many years. Now, they've certainly got views, for example, about the Bass Strait trade and the number of vessels that, in their opinion, have gone from what would have been operating under the Navigation Act to the Maritime Marine Safety National Law Act. There has actually always been vessels operating even under the Navigation Act, for example, that were operating in the Bass Strait trade under the domestic standards as they were under the USL Code. So, for example, the Statesman, the Matthew Flinders, I think, boats. And so the John Deegan operating under the national law as a domestic commercial vessel is not, I guess, new or novel. My understanding of the crewing on her is that she has got a master who has got a near coastal less than 80 metre certificate. The chief officer is a near coastal less than 35 metre certificate. The mate is a master less than 35 near coastal, which again, that certificate is allowed to operate on that vessel as a mate or a chief officer. There's a chief engineer who's got an engineer class 3, a first engineer who's an MED1. One of the deckhands, I believe, has got a master less than 35 near coastal. And then there is a cook, general purpose hand, but I've certainly heard what they said about the butcher, and I will endeavour to find out what is behind that. We are also have been reviewing what is known as Marine Orders 505 for some time, and Marine Orders 505 is the delegated legislation under the National Law Act that sets the levels of qualifications for seafarers. That review has been going on for a long time, and we've very clearly, I think, got different views between industry and between even the different unions. Again, there are 3 unions in this industry. And those discussions and negotiations are ongoing. But for example, with the general purpose hand, again, each of these qualifications is made up of a training package, which is set by one of the national training bodies. The training package for a general purpose hand, I think, is a certificate 1 level. It's about a week. And, you know, what we have found, for example, again, how the industry has operated over the years, a lot of the tourism industry actually relies on things like backpackers and workers coming through to take on some of those roles, and they train those themselves. So, again, we're trying to find a balance and look at how we can gradually work with industry to have that national approach, which has not been so far. I'll leave it there, and I hope I haven't dropped out again.
No, you're fine, Mr. McKinley. Thank you very much. And it comes as no surprise that I'm on a different side of the argument here too. And I really struggle, Mr. McKinley, I really do struggle that while we have fully trained, fully qualified, fully experienced Australian seafarers, that they're parked on shore, and we use, or we don't, industry uses foreign seafarers that are far less trained, my view, pretty clearly, and it's very easy to be less trained and a commercial disadvantage to Australian workers. As I'd said earlier on, Senator McDonald, and I make no apology for this after 15 years on the Agriculture Committee, if Australian farmers were faced with the same issue where foreign farmers came in, elbowed them out the way and started operating in Australian soil, we would have an absolute uproar. The minister's tweeter finger would explode on the phone because he's good at tweeting how good and wonderful we look after Australian farmers, and so we should. But why Australian seafarers are different has got me absolutely baffled. But I'm saying that just so there's no secrets. I've got a few questions. I will go to Mr. McKinley. I know that we're short of time. But can you give us some of the key aspects? What are some of the key aspects of the standards, the training and certification of Watkeepers Convention? And why is it important that Australia is a signatory?
Certainly, Senator, and again, I don't have the convention in front of me, but the standards of certification and training for watchkeepers has been an international convention in place for many years under the International Maritime Organisation, and again, I'll just I noted Paddy's opinion about Australia's reputation at the IMO, but I would have a different opinion on that. The STCW Convention has always had also near coastal provisions, and most countries, in fact every country I'm aware of, certainly take advantage of those near coastal provisions for the vessels that are operating in that near coastal within their own domestic market. So the convention itself is quite extensive, and there's a Part A of the convention which is mandatory, the Part B which is guidance, and there are also the actual titles of the convention itself. Again, Australia we're also subject to an audit scheme by the International Maritime Organisation, the International IMO Member State Audit Scheme, and we also provide regular reports to the IMO about how we implement the STCW Convention. But is there a specific aspect that you'd like to know about? Uh-oh. Have we dropped out again? Hello?
Sorry.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah. So, can you hear me, Mr. McKinley?
Yes. Did I drop out again?
No, I forgot to demute. I really struggle with this tech, so it's my fault. There is an aspect I want to go to. I want to know, Mr. McKinley, which Australian flag vessels does the STCW convention apply to?
And it's Mr. Schwartz here, Senator Stirl. The starting position on that would be if a vessel is covered by the Navigation Act, we would start looking at the convention, and if the convention allows for its near coastal provisions to be applied, then we would look at that. But the short answer is vessels subject to the Navigation Act, Senator.
Okay, so how many of them do we have?
Yeah, I don't know the number off the top of my head, Senator, because there's a series of I guess, those vessels. There are the ones that are international trading, and I think I heard the MUA talk about, maybe 10 or so of them. But there are a whole heap of other vessels that are subject to the Navigation Act, such as tugs around harbours, depending what they want to do. So I could certainly take that on notice to try and provide that to you in more detail, Senator.
Good, thanks, Mr. Schwartz. No worries. Can you tell us what are the requirements for a lookout under the STCW Convention?
Again, that's in the convention. It's also in our marine order about safe navigation. And vessels subject to the Navigation Act, yes, you have a navigator and you have a lookout who has to be obviously fit for duty and has had the relevant training and induction on board the vessels in order to perform that function.
Okay, so this is for all vessels coming into Australian waters?
That would be the default position. So if you're talking about international vessels, then the short answer would be yes.
There is a need to maintain a safe lookout.
Okay, and also for other vessels in Australian water, you know, Australian owned. Is that correct? Because I'm led to believe that was the requirement previously.
Yeah, and there's a requirement, Senator, under, for example, the collision regulations that a safe lookout is kept. And again, that's about avoiding collisions.
Absolutely. Okay. So what are some of the key aspects of the International Maritime Dangerous Goods Code, and why is it important that Australia is a signatory?
Again, Senator, the IMDG code is a very comprehensive code, and it's based on the UN code for dangerous goods. And for example, you know roads. You have a similar code for dangerous goods for road transport. So again, it's about the classification of the dangerous goods into whether they're hazardous and in what form of hazard they are. So fire, flammable, noxious, toxic gases, etc. The code specifies how they're to be packaged for carriage on ships, and it says how they're to be segregated, for example. And again, for AMSA, under the Navigation Act, we implement that under Marine Orders Part 41.
And 34.
And 34. And yes, that's... And
if I can add to that, Senator, yeah, there's the International Maritime Dangerous Goods Code, which is for dangerous goods in packaged form, if you like. There's then another code which is to do with the carriage of bulk cargoes, which can exhibit dangerous properties as well. One of the main reasons that we observe the international requirements is what it does is it allows us to make it very clear to international vessels who trade to Australia what the requirements are, so there is no question for them what the standards that we will require are. And what it also does is it allows us to then have Australian cargoes transported internationally, because we are applying the international standards that will be applied at the receiving end. So it really is about transparency, consistency, and just everyone knowing exactly what the expectations are. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Can you also tell us which Australian flag vessels does it apply to?
Those marine orders that apply both of those codes, Senator, each has an application provision. So as soon as let's say a bulk carrier starts carrying a cargo that is subject to that code, then they have to comply with it. If they carry dangerous goods, they have to comply with it. So okay. It very much depends voyage by voyage as to what they've got on.
So okay, I understand that, but in terms of the Australian flag vessels, does it apply to all Australian flagged vessels? Similar to my question earlier on about the STCWs.
Those marine orders are applicable under the Navigation Act, Senator. So if the Navigation Act applies, then you pick those orders up.
So, okay, but for me that doesn't, for the bureaucratic language, does that apply to every Australian flagged vessel guarding dangerous goods?
And Senator, I think we made this point, and again in another inquiry, about there's a range of things under Section 6 of the National Law, for example, that it says that the states are still able to regulate on. And, that includes, work health, safety, various things, and one of those things is management of dangerous goods. So when the national law system was brought in, that was not part of that system.
I'm sorry, Mr. McKinley, but I'm easily confused. and I understand that you talk about navigation acts and all that. I just want to know which Australian flag vessels does it apply to?
So under our marine orders, Marine Order Part 41 applies to vessels under the Navigation Act, which are regulated Australian vessels.
So all of them?
Regulated Australian vessels are vessels regulated under the Navigation Act. They are not vessels under the Marine Safety Domestic Commercial Vessel National Law Act.
So am I right? I'm struggling with this one, but and it's me, okay, obviously it's me, but does that say to me that every Australian flag, how many Australian flag vessels are there?
And again, our register covers a domestic commercial vessel, a regulated Australian vessel, or a recreational vessel can all be registered under the Australian flag. So then there are the trading ships, which Mr. Schwartz sort of said how many of those vessels are that operate under the Navigation Act. And then domestic commercial vessels under the National Law Act, of which there is around 27,000. That's the fishing vessels, hire and drive, all of those vessels.
Okay. So I'll probably break it up into those that were formerly, you know where I'm going, formerly were Australian charting our freight around our coastline that's now gone off to foreign seafarers and foreign flag ships under visas.
Yeah, well, the IMDG code and Marine Orders Part 41 applies to foreign international trading ships in our ports.
And they're policed regularly? Every voyage?
Not every voyage, but we inspect them as part of our port stay control, but they also have to provide the declarations to us. So,
have you ever caught anyone who's told a fib? Any masters or owners that said they have been doing it and have not been doing it? I know it happens in road transport. I'd be surprised if it didn't happen in sea transport, but if that's the case, please prove me wrong.
And certainly, Senator, we're not naive enough to think that everyone is 100% compliant. One of the areas that I personally worry about are container ships, because there is no way that anyone can regulate every container on every container ship coming. So we do have to rely initially on the documentation that is provided to the ship by the shipper. And then from the ship to us, we do get manifests of dangerous goods, and we do spot checks. And yes, we have along the way found issues with containers not being stowed with dangerous goods properly. We have had issues with the weights of containers not being accurate, and we have had issues with bulk cargoes as well, Senator.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. So when you catch these people, you have a list of who you've caught, what they've done wrong? Because I'll tell you why, because it flows on to the greater picture here, and that's with no disrespect for the safety of our seafarers, but once these containers hit the port, they're on the back of a truck travelling through communities, and we know what overloaded trucks can do. We know what dangerous goods can do when they're not placarded properly, when we have a spill or a fire or something blows up. So do you keep a log of who's done what wrong?
Senator, certainly the results of all of our inspections we do retain within our databases here, and we do routinely analyse the results of our inspection programs so that we can target inspections. And an example of that, Senator, would be the special inspection campaign we've got going at the moment to do with the safe carriage of containers on board ships.
Yep, so they don't fall off. Is that information available to the committee, or is it a national secret? Or?
No, that's available, Senator. We can provide that.
Thank you.
And again, I think Australia has been pretty active in the space of when the International Maritime Organisation brought in the maximum verified weight of containers. Again, I think we in Australia have been very active in enforcing that. We're also very much aware that internationally there have been some significant container ship fires, and again, the thought is that a lot of these have come from undeclared dangerous goods. And I think from Australia, we're actually tend to be, I think, a receiver of most of these dangerous goods. So, a lot of those dangerous goods that have problems do tend to come from a particular part of the world.
All right, thank you. Now, I just want to ask I want to ask a question around the Maritime Labour Convention. And can you tell us why it's important that Australia is a signatory to the Maritime Labour Convention?
Certainly, Senator, and certainly I had the pleasure of spending time with Paddy in Geneva in 2006 when the convention was done, and Australia ratified it. And again, I think Australia has been very active in enforcing it. So it is it's often called the fourth pillar of seafarer and shipping safety. It's again a convention that's broken up into titles, so there are seafarer living conditions on board, so it's the type of accommodation and the standards they have to meet, the food and the water that they have to be supplied with, the working conditions, and that's in particular the seafarers' employment agreements and how much wages they get. And that's an area where I think we work quite closely again with the ITF, where a lot of the complaints tend to come in about seafarers not being paid as they're even meant to be paid. Cases where we have ships that have been found to keep 2 wage books. And again, Mr. Schwartz has been very active on giving those ships a red card and banning them from our coast for a year. There's also a work health and safety title in the convention, and again, that's frankly, I think an area that the international shipping industry needs to do better in, because I think in certainly my experience, that's where we see a lot of the injuries and things that happen to seafarers. But that's a very important title that flag states, I think, as well need to do better on.
So, Mr. McKinley, you can go up. Yep, sorry.
I was just going to chip in there, if you can accommodate me for a moment, yes, Senator. That for me personally, this is not a thing that I guess I'm involved in AMSA because it's just a convention we've signed. It's because the Maritime Labour Convention really gives us an opportunity to make a difference, a really positive difference to the industry. And being an ex-seafarer myself, as Mr. Kinley is, we've done our time at sea, we've spent our durations at sea. So when I see, and certainly all of the people that work for AMSA in the regions who are out there doing it, when we see a shipping company not treating their seafarers right, we actually take that really seriously. And we do everything we can to make sure that situation is set right. And as Mr. Kinley said, we've banned, since we got the provision to ban ships, we've banned 19 in about 6 years, and 12 of those 19 bans have had a direct relationship with the treatment of seafarers, and we don't back down from that, which may not be particularly clear, noting some of the other things that have been said. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Schwartz, and I appreciate that, but I'm going to throw a curveball at you, and my colleague, Senator McDonald, will bounce me all the way out of Parliament House if I was there. But as former seafarers yourself and Mr. McKinley, it must upset you and break your heart to think that you had a magnificent industry in Australian seafaring around our nation. I don't know if you were blue water or port to port. Your grandchildren have that same opportunity. There's a curve.
Senator, and I'll just say here, and I think Paddy hit the nail on the head as well. I went to sea with BHP, and I actually spent my last year in a shipyard in Korea building the Iron Chieftain, supervising that build. And at the end of that year, I could see very clearly that and that was a shipyard that was building 50-something ships. And ours was the only ship that I recall that had its own interior decorator that was brought from Australia. I think the carpet, I think it was the only ship that actually had carpet. It had a lift and things, and I was looking around at all these other ships which weren't doing those things, and I actually stopped going to sea not long after that. So it's also, I think, it's connected with the Australian economy, because those ships for BHP used to supply the steelworks. We used to tie up in Newcastle, where there is now a big empty lot, and that's still an empty lot. And so it's not just that in isolation. There are much broader activities, and yes, I would like to see a vibrant Australian industry, and I think we should really have that discussion around. And I talk to ship owners, and if they will tell you, things, they still have a view of Australian ships. So there's a lot of issues that I think could be explored, but I won't go into now.
No, look, I appreciate Mr. McKinley. I do appreciate that. And I just will throw this too. And I understand the economic arguments and all that, but what do we want to leave for the next generation? It's what powers me. But also to think when we get down to the cost of Australian fuel, Australian ships, Australian flags, Australian seafarers on Australian wages, plying their trade between our ports, not foreign ports, providing an opportunity for Australian seafarers to come through the ranks, and engineers and ships captains and officers and masters. And we're talking probably the cost of 2 to 3 cents a litre. I am appalled to think that those greedy fuel companies are having a ball, ably backed up by politicians who have got no mettle, no spine and no guts. But anyway, it is getting late in the day, and you'd be surprised if I didn't go off on a tangent. So let's come back to the Maritime Labour Convention. I hear what you said. Can you tell me what Australian flag vessels, or which Australian flag vessels that applies to?
Yes, it applies to, and there's actually a size limit. I'll hand to Al at this point.
Thanks, Senator. So again, it's regulated in Australia through a marine order under the Navigation Act. That said, the entirety of the MLC for Australian ships is a mix between maritime legislation and employment legislation. So again, the short answer would be all vessels subject to the Navigation Act would be applicable for the MLC, but there are some requirements in the MLC about who needs certificates, and there's a tonnage requirement. But as far as the living conditions go and the employment condition go, yes, it would be the NAB Act, and then obviously I can't speak for the employment law for Australian ships.
But certainly for the domestic commercial vessels, Senator, for example, the crew accommodation is given effect under the national standards for commercial vessels, but the employment law is looked after by the states.
Sure. So what I'm trying to, and I'll leave it on this one, but what I'm trying to get to is that I'm picturing that it only applies to regulated Australian vessels under the Navigation Act. And am I right to assume that's a tiny proportion of domestic vessels?
They are the only ones that have to be certificated because the certification parts of the convention applies to international trading ships. But and again, when Australia ratified the Maritime Labour Convention, we had to put in a submission to the ILO that actually ticked off how it was given effect. And for the domestic commercial vessels, it is, as I said, so you've got accommodation is ticked off in National Standards for Commercial Vessels part, and sorry, I can't remember which part that is. Work health and safety is looked after by the state and territory, because that's how the division is for the national under the domestic commercial vessels. Employment law is looked after by the state and territories, and so that was how it was managed, and my recollection for the domestic commercial vessels as well.
Now, what I've managed to do as per normal, I've gone over, but I am keen just to get a few more questions out before I go to Senator McDonald. So if I can just get them to you, get a nice quick answer if possible. If not, then we'll drag it out. But when is a vessel required to register as a regulated Australian vessel?
So in very simple terms, if it is an Australian, if it's required to be on the Australian Shipping Register, if it's going to trade internationally, it will be a regulated Australian vessel, or if it has what is termed a safety certificate under the Navigation Act, it is required to be a regulated Australian vessel. And
how many of them we got? Oh, thanks, Mr. McKinley. How many of them do we have?
We took that one on notice, so we'll give you that number, Senator.
I remember the 27,000. Yes, that's right. You took it on notice. You did. Thank you. How many regulated Australian vessels are there? Oh, hang on. No. So I just want to know, if you want to take this on too, how many regulated Australian vessels are in Australia and how many domestic commercial vessels?
Yep, we can give you those numbers on notice.
Can you tell me why these conventions do not apply to domestic commercial vessels?
Which conventions, Senator?
The labour conventions and the watch and the, what was the other one? The dangerous goods.
Again, the Maritime Labour Convention does. It is just not applied through our legislation entirely. Some of it is, and some of it's under the states. The lookout requirements, again, I will have to go back and look in detail at the STCW Convention and how that is applied through the national law, because there is Marine Orders 504, there's Marine Orders 505, so there's different aspects of that. And the IMDG code, again, that's one that was not contemplated on being part of the national law when the original IGA was done. And I think we've said some things that we thought that was something that could be looked at in the future in our other inquiry.
All right, okay, well, I'll let you come back to me. I'll come back to the committee on that. Now, we touched on the John Duggan. You touched on that, Mr. McKinley, earlier on. So it runs between Victoria and Tassie, you said that, and also visits New South Wales. Is it required to be a regulated Australian vessel?
No.
No, okay. So does the STCW convention apply to it?
In the near coastal form, yeah.
What's the near coastal form?
Well, as I said, the STCW convention allows for countries that, for example, in our exclusive economic zone, for vessels that are not trading internationally, to have standards for near coastal vessels, which are not the full international suite of things that you require for an international trading ship.
Sure, so it should, then am I right to assume that it should apply to the John Duggan?
In a form, yes.
What does in a form mean? So if it's travelling if it's flying across Bass Strait and up to New South Wales, does it or does it not have to have a lookout?
It will have to have people on board, Senator, who are performing the lookout duties. There isn't a dedicated person who I'm joining that ship and my job is the lookout and lookout only. As Mr. Kinley said before, there's a master, there's a chief officer, there's a mate, there's a general purpose hand. So with the qualifications, so in the vessels we regulate in Australia, they're regulated by one of two mechanisms, either the Navigation Act or the national law. So the Navigation Act, as Mr. Kinley explained, is fundamentally, if the vessel does or is capable or is certified to trade outside Australia's EEZ, it's a NAV Act, and therefore you would start with STCW and those international conventions. If a vessel is only interested in operating domestically, whether that be intrastate or interstate, and it doesn't go outside Australia's EEZ, then it can be regulated by this national law. And the national law doesn't point to all the international conventions in full. So under the national law, the John Dugan, that is only certified to trade domestically. So it is regulated by the national law, and the national law has its own marine orders to deal with the qualifications for the people who are on board. So that's what's applying, but that does take into account a qualification system more broadly.
So in my narrow trucky terminology and view of the world, the STCW convention doesn't apply to it. So anyone can do lookout duties, but you don't have to have someone on the ship that they're sold they are the lookout. The cook can do it, the captain, the deck officer, engineer can pop his head out. That's how it works. Am I right there?
And I'm trying to think of any ship that actually has a someone who is just there to look out.
It's a function that someone performs as part of their broader duty, and certainly it's probably, this is one of the reasons I'm struggling to answer your question as accurately as you're looking for it, is in that domestic commercial fleet. We have some vessels like the John Dugan at 80 metres with 6 people on board, and we get down to smaller vessels that might have 1 person on board. So, for something like the John Dugan, there would be someone who is assigned the duties for lookout and making sure the vessel is safe.
But that may be the person who is navigating the vessel.
Yeah.
So you've got a competent person up there who's navigating, who's also looking out, maintaining a safe lookout.
And we can certainly provide you on notice, if you like, Senator, what the national law regulations say about safe navigation and lookouts, and that may provide some assistance.
Yeah.
Because I'll also ask about the other Bass Strait vessels like the Spirit of Tasmania and the Tasmanian Achiever. Are they regulated Australian vessels?
Yes.
Right. And does the STCW convention apply to them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now we've got the Larkin. So this is a barge carrying bunker fuel in Gladstone. Does the Dangerous Goods Code apply to it? Off the top of your head?
No. The high flashpoint bunker fuel is not a dangerous good.
Okay, no worries, you've answered that, that's fine. Now, I have got a couple more, 2 more, won't take long. I'll go back to the Labor Convention, the MLC, sorry. So I'm talking Regulation 2.1, says that, and I quote, to the extent compatible with the members' national law and practice, seafarers' employment agreements shall be understood to incorporate any applicable collective bargaining agreements. If a seafarer is found with a seafarer's employment agreement that has a lower wage scale than the collective agreement that applies to the ship, which wage scale does AMSA view as the correct one?
Our default position on that, so there's a collective agreement. So under the convention, and I don't have it in front of me, Senator, but if the convention says you go with the collective agreement, then that would be the salary we would look to. But we would, particularly for international ships, the first document we would look at would be the seafarer's employment agreement to see exactly what that says the employment conditions are.
Sure, no worries. And then you'll compare it to the collective agreement?
If it's referring to a collective agreement, my answer would be yes.
Yes, but if the seafarer's employment agreement was lower than or the lower wage scale, which one would apply? That's what I'm trying to get to. Because under MLC Regulation 2.1, right? Now I know you don't have it in front of you, but that's obviously a collective bargaining rate or agreement, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Right. So seafarer, you said. Yep.
Sorry.
That's right. You'll go to the seafarer's employment one first. So if it's a lower one, do you go up to the MLC one?
And sorry, Senator, we're both. I guess we're both struggling to try and, well, for a start, work out if this has happened, or where there is a collective agreement, and if that's done at a ship level or at a company level. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to struggle to come up with a situation where we've had this.
And certainly, Senator, if there was a seafarer's employment agreement that said, the seafarer's paid $1,000 a month, and then we became aware of a collective agreement that applied to the ship and the seafarers on board that ship that said they get paid $2,000 a month, then I can't understand why we wouldn't look to that certified agreement or that employment of the CBA.
Yeah. Is there a specific case that you can point us to?
Not to my knowledge now, but I reckon there probably could be a bit around, what do you call the carnivals and all that? What do you call them?
Passenger vessels.
The cruise ships.
Cruise ships. I've gone completely blank then. Yeah. Right, Jerry, doing 5 hours does do your bulb in, mate. It does. Cruise. But I'll get some more info on that. We'll come back on that sort of stuff. And just my last one. What improvements would AMSA like to see around Australia's maritime law framework? Have you got any improvement dreams we could be putting forward?
Again, Senator, there were certainly Senator McDonald. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Were you looking for me, Chair? I just thought you were searching for my name.
No, not at all. I'm going to go to you. Sorry, I was just wrapping up and go to you.
Sorry about that. Look, I just have a question, I think, for Mr. McKinley, and I firstly want to acknowledge that he acknowledged Queensland as being so terrific in this space. That's great to hear. When I've been in the community talking to people, I met a gentleman who was a ship's captain in the Australian merchant fleet back in the 70s, and he told me that the reason that he had ended up leaving is that the annual increase in wages was around 30%, and finally, just every ship that went offshore came back flagged to another country because they couldn't afford to meet Australian conditions. I was reflecting on your experience. You talked about, going to sea with BHP and building that ship in Korea. Was that your experience? Would you add anything to that, just in your own personal experience?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think the Australian shipping trying to compete particularly with foreign shipping and international rates and the rates that you can pay a crew from a developing country was never going to be financially competitive. Again, that's my opinion, but I think there's been lots said about that. But it is, I know there have also been Australians and people that I've sailed with who went and served on foreign ships as well and arranged their tax arrangements. So again, there are things that people can do with tax arrangements to make it viable to serve internationally. But yes, there is no doubt. I think that people like BHP and I was very happy and very fortunate to be a cadet, and I got a fantastic training and education in the industry. I think competing with international shipping was always going to be tough.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, unlike Senator Stuart, I don't have a long history in the transport industry, so I'm just trying to understand what caused the change. And while I agree with Senator Stuart's sentiments that, of course, we would like to see as much Australian expertise and content in the Australian Merchant Navy as possible, I am just trying to understand why that's not the case, so that we can assist making good decisions going forward. Senator Stuart, that's my only question. Thank you for your indulgence.
Well, thanks, Senator McDonald. Now, I know we've gone half hour over, and I think in all fairness, I do have some other questions, but I will sit on them for the moment because it's probably a good 20 minutes that I go, and I think that we probably stretching the friendship on this one. Can I just thank you, Mr. McKinley, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And I know there was another officer, and I'm sorry you dropped out, whoever it was, I do apologise. But we do know where to find you should we need to follow up. Can I just say, Senator McDonald, thank you on behalf of the committee to you, Jerry, and to Hansard and Broadcasting. Thank you very much. That does conclude today's hearing. So thank you to all. The committee now stands adjourned, and I believe, Jerry, we're going to have to phone hook up Senator McDonald, yourself and I. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.